Call to order the Riviera Beach CRA meeting for January 13th. The time is 6:08 p.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Miller Anderson.
Present.
Commissioner Lanier.
Here.
Commissioner McCoy.
Here.
Vice Chair Lawson.
Here.
Chair Botel.
Here.
Also present, Jonathan Evans, CRA Executive Director, Michael J. Haygood, General Counsel, and Tamara Sagan, CRA Clerk.
Thank you. We'll have a moment of silence, especially to remember Liz Ann Cambridge, who was a utility billing clerk who passed away recently. Condolences to her family. And then we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilwoman Lanier.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Any person who would like to speak on an agenda item, please complete a blue public comment card located at the front desk and give it to the staff prior to the item being taken up by CRA Commission for discussion. Members of the public will be given a total of 3 minutes to speak on all items listed on the consent agenda and 3 minutes to speak on each regular agenda item. The time limit for public comment may be reduced by a vote of the CRA board or commissioners based on the voluminous nature of public comment cards. In no event will anyone be allowed to submit a comment card or speak on an agenda item after the resolution is read or the item considered. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions from commission or staff? We know we have one that had been.
Yes, Madam Chair, item 8 is a request to be added onto the agenda by Commissioner Kashamba Miller Anderson with regards to Rafiki Tiki operations and compliance of contract.
Thank you. Do we have any disclosures by commissioner staff? Would someone care to make a motion to adopt the agenda?
I move to adopt the agenda for CRA meeting.
Second.
Thank you. The agenda has been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Lanier.
Yes.
Commissioner McCoy.
Yes.
Commissioner Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawson.
Yes.
Chair Botel.
Yes. Would someone, all matters listed under this item are considered to be routine and action will be taken by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a commissioner so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Would someone care to make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to have one of these items pulled. I'd like to ask a question about it, please.
Yeah, which item?
The item for constant computing.
Okay. Will someone like to make a motion to approve the agenda with that item removed? What's the item number if you have, what's the, in the list?
It's just in number 1, and
Okay.
there's all the invoices in number 1.
Okay. Would someone care to make a motion to approve the agenda with, the consent agenda with that item removed?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. The consent agenda has been moved and seconded. If you agree, vote yes. If no, vote no. Madam Chair, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Lanier.
Yes.
Commissioner McCoy.
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawson.
Yes.
Chair Botel.
Yes, there's a unanimous vote. Item number, then it would be the vendor invoices. Madam Clerk.
Request for the approval of vendor invoices.
I have a question about the constant computing. I know that previously the city had made arrangements for the city to provide IT services to the CRA district. And I want to get an update as to the status of that. I think that it was supposed to be on our last agenda, but the meeting was canceled. I wanted to know the status of that and how long will we continue to pay constant computing for services that the city has now been contracted to do.
Madam Chair, if
Yes.
I may.
You're recognized.
The commissioner is correct. That item was slated to go before the board at your last regular meeting to memorialize the relationship, but also to acquire some of the capital assets necessary to make the transition. We have placed that item back on the agenda for your January 20th regular city council meeting. And assuming that item goes forward, as fast as we can get the information installed and migrate the technology services, we then will assume the responsibilities. So I would anticipate that this may be, or if there's any invoices outstanding, that the relationship with our computing services provider will be eliminated probably in the next 30 to 40 days, depending on how quickly we could acquire the servers and the information or the technology that's needed to make the transition.
Do we have any other questions?
So what happens to, I mean, if you're looking at the invoices and it says that there's a remaining amount after payment, what happens to that amount? Do they get paid that amount? Do that amount just go away? How does that work?
The remaining amount, I think, would be, I'm here pulling it up. You want to go ahead?
The remaining amount would not be expended, and we would use those funds to pay for the city services for IT.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Lawson, Mr. McCoy, you recognized.
Thank you. CRA Director Evans, so why is it that this agreement needs to be done by the city if these are CRA assets? Are we going to in turn bill the CRA as a city?
For the capital acquisition of any items that are going to be utilized for exclusively for the CRA, yes. For the space and the utilization of the space, there would not be any additional cost to the CRA. But
Okay.
there is support services that are going to be provided where a portion of that staffing cost would be split between the city and CRA.
Follow up.
Go ahead, Mr.
So from that perspective, if you're making capital purchases for the CRA, why are we buying it from the city when that becomes a CRA asset and it should be stored on the CRA's balance sheets as such? Are you suggesting that we're going to pay the city to purchase equipment and then it's going to be held at the city as a city asset? That seems like reverse practicality of all finance principles.
For the acquisition of the items that would have to be secured, they would be CRA assets. They would be set aside as CRA assets. They would be housed at a city facility. The cost associated with that, I think, is the city has the monies that were set aside for capital purchases, and I believe through the agreement, there's going to be a true-up that the CRA would then reimburse the cities for the cost associated with any assets that are required to make the move.
So follow up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So if that's true that the CRA is going to reimburse the city, at what point is it going to be held or at least capitalized on the CRA's books? At the point of reimbursement?
At the point of reimbursement would be my recommendation, and I'd have to consult with how finance would book the asset.
But that doesn't make sense. And certainly, I would like to get an opinion from finance, because I just don't see how you can reimburse someone and then essentially then transfer the asset back to the CRA. That just practically doesn't make sense. If anything, if we're using CRA dollars, the CRA should be purchasing this equipment itself, and it should be held on the CRA's books. And what it's creating is more of a premium and overhead cost for the CRA to pay for the city to do services, when essentially constant computing would have done that itself, and it would have been on the city's books. You're creating an additional 2 transactions just to purchase equipment, and that goes against most generally accepted accounting principles.
The same assets would have to be purchased by Constant Computing for the purposes of the age of the system that the CRA is currently utilizing. So in the event that the CRA was to purchase those, they would be stored at the facility that the CRA is currently utilizing, but the CRA is poised to move to City Hall, and in that move, we're purchasing the asset for the purposes of upgrading the system that will be utilized exclusively for the CRA. Once that asset is installed, then the responsibility and the item being booked as a asset will then transfer to the CRA. This was the most expeditious way to effectively get the items that we need to make the transaction occur.
Okay, I just disagree with categorizing that kind of transaction in such a fashion. That doesn't make any practical sense, and it seems like an opportunity that there's a premium attached to it for an expense that's going to be solely used by the CRA, and I really disagree, and I would like to see that the finance director provide some further explanation, or even, for that matter, some not case law, but you know, some sort of precedent that would support that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Did we have a motion to approve the vendor invoices? I don't think we did. We did? Okay. Who made that motion?
Councilman McCoy.
It was approved.
Okay.
But I move to approve constant computing.
Well, I think we have to approve all the vendor. We removed that entire item, so we have to move to approve the vendor invoices as a
We
whole.
did already.
We did already.
Okay, that's what I'm
So I
asking.
move to approve constant computing.
Okay.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Lanier?
Yes.
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller Anderson?
yes,
Commissioner Vice Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Botel?
Yes. Item number 3.
Request for the approval of the Avenue East Streetscape Plan developed by the architect KCI Technologies Incorporated.
Good evening, board members. Scott Evans, Planning and Development Director. The agency is seeking final approval and acceptance of the Avenue E Streetscape Plan, which was completed by KCI Technologies. Development of this revitalization plan incorporated significant community input, including well-attended public workshops, several presentations to the CRA board to report on progress and obtain comments, and posting of the draft online. And the virtual request for comments was actually also very successful. We received over 70 comments on our website. This project is a future combined effort between the city, the CRA, and the utility district. And staff is coordinating to develop an implementation plan and a funding strategy to jointly implement the project. This includes analysis of the funding options, phasing for the project, and in order to bring back the plan for the board to consider the various phasing and implementation, we first need you to review and approve the final plan. The south end of the project is, for Avenue E rather, goes between 10th Street and Blue Heron Boulevard, and that's the focus area of this study. The estimated cost for this project is between $10 and $12 million, so it will need to be a combined effort of both city, CRA, and utility district. The study described the existing physical environment, provided recommendations for the roadway design, and redevelopment concepts to attract new investment and promote economic development within the corridor. The agency, in conjunction with KCI, has solicited the input of local citizens, the board, and various stakeholders to draft this comprehensive approach to redeveloping the corridor. The agency is seeking a vote of approval on the final streetscape plan. It's a vision for the new street, and following that, we could then begin the next steps, which include presentation of the implementation options this spring to this board. The firm KCI, Representative Jeffrey Campbell, has prepared a presentation and a video showing the vision for the final plan, and he will now present to the board.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present the final Avenue E streetscape study. As he mentioned, we first started off the project process by engaging the community to get ideas on the kind of improvements they wanted to see along the avenue. It was very successful. We had approximately 80 attendees, and that took place in November of 2019. Following that, we went back and developed the design, and then we presented here to the board in May of 2020. And then following that, we did another community or public outreach session online due to social distancing guidelines. that occurred in the summer of 2020, and we were very pleased that we got almost the same amount of feedback from the public, 70 responses. And as you can see, over 60% rated the design as 5 out of 5 stars, and most were in favor of utilizing public funds to implement the improvements. We did get some feedback from the public expressing concerns regarding gentrification, possibly or tied to the architectural styles. They also requested that we find opportunities for public art within the streetscape that reflects the culture of the community. And there was also concern about any special taxing district that would include single-family homes or the property, single-family home properties along the corridor. And I'll briefly go through the entire process that we used to analyze and develop the design. We, of course, looked at the current conditions and some of the less attractive qualities in present day, such as the vacant lots, the back-out parking, lack of sidewalks, lack of buffering of outdoor storage areas, non-conforming uses, and inconsistent signage, amongst other things. We also analyzed all the existing utilities within the corridor and contacted all the utility holders and got their as-built documents. The city of Riviera Beach had, of course, sewer and water lines and storm drainage within the right-of-way. FP&L has overhead electric distribution lines along the corridor, and there are some fiber optic utilities as well as gas lines in the right-of-way as well. Here, some of the recommendations aside from the design included and found in the report are to implement and construct the streetscape using public funds or grant money, to invest in identification or street signage, such as possibly branding and placemaking signage, incentivize the combining of parcels and developing on larger parcels, identifying key parcels for purchase to enter into public-private partnerships, expand the uses permitted by right to clearly reflect the vision for Avenue E, and that's mostly regarding retail services, to utilize waivers as opposed to variances to streamline the process and make it more attractive to developers, and to address abandoned nuisance properties that may be a nuisance to public health. On the regulatory and enforcement side, some of the recommendations included elimination of back-out parking, requiring buffering for outdoor storage areas, sunset non-conforming uses such as auto repair, and sunset inconsistent signage, limit intensification of single-family homes as it doesn't meet the future vision, and to implement a new requirement for residential developments to be at least 4 units. This graphic just shows the proximity of Avenue E and the possible connections of the surrounding community, including recreation and employment hubs. And the proposed design will drastically improve the connection to those areas, most dramatically with a continuous sidewalk network, as well as continuous bike lanes. Also, possibly in the future, there are 2 Palm Tran routes that are in close proximity to the avenue, and those could be engaged with to make an additional stop and for improve the connectivity of Avenue E to the surrounding areas. There's also surrounding community resources such as the Max Fisher Boys and Girls Club at 13th Street, Wells Recreation Center at Avenue H, and Bicentennial Park, Riviera Beach, Marina Village, and the City Marina. With that, we also provided recommended land use for each parcel. This is an overview of the entire study area. We would propose to get more dense in the middle of the avenue, which is indicated by the orange color or commercial, but also there's plenty of opportunities for that intense use all the way to the south. and also honoring all the existing conforming uses that are in present-day conditions. And these just zooms in on each block. This sub-area is the northernmost block at Blue Heron Boulevard intersection. And here you can see it in conjunction with the proposed streetscape design. The streetscape design is based on the code recommended 68-foot right-of-way, and we've applied that everywhere we could while maintaining existing conforming uses so as not to impact any current property owners. And that gives you parallel parking, bike lanes, wide sidewalks with ample room for healthy and long-term street trees. And we've modified that in locations such as the third block from the left, you can see wasn't able to fit in the parallel parking, but you still have the bike lanes and sidewalk to maintain that connectivity. The next few slides just zoom in on each location. This sub-area shows the 20th Street roundabout, where would be a great opportunity to introduce some public art or focal points or vegetation, as you'll see in the video. And then here at the 18th Street, end of that terminus, we have a proposed public multi-use path that can connect Broadway to Avenue E for pedestrians and kind of improve that whole connection and how that works. Here's the portion of the avenue that connects to 13th Street to further connect those bike lanes and those sidewalks. And the most southern portion where the bike lanes in and go east to down 11th Street to the bike lanes on Broadway, and the southernmost portion doesn't recommend bike lanes because that's residential uses down there. And then we have another roundabout here signifying the end of the intense uses. Some examples of public art that could be considered include art on the pavement designs. We'd recommend decorative pavers and could take on endless themes, or of course sculptures and monuments. There's limitless possibilities there as well. And some of the architectural recommendations. This is the floral coastal style, most suitable for rear entry. And then the front-loaded Mediterranean revival style for residential as well, townhouses. For the commercial, we would propose the Mediterranean revival style. And then mixed use, more density would be in the Mediterranean revival. And this is what it all looks like put together. How do I play this?
It's on a different, it's not in this slide.
We have a video, which you've seen before, but just to refresh. The proposed vision. So that's all we have. If you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Would someone care to make a motion to approve the Avenue East Streetscape Plan?
Of course not. We got a bunch of questions.
Well, we have to have a motion and a second before we have discussion. So would someone care to make a motion to approve the Avenue? It has not been moved and seconded yet, and we have to do that before we
So
have
moved.
discussion. Thank you.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Anyone have questions?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So there's a few things that concern me with this, and, I don't want to, I think the motion that was made is premature because this is a 46-page document, and there's a lot of things that concern me. And thank you, Mr. Evans, for coming forth. But the very first thing that I seen that caught my attention is, obviously I do understand that there are going to be some legal non-conforming uses, but there is a provision on page 16 of the final report that suggests existing single-family homes cannot be improved, and that's going to be a new provision in the code. Can you speak to that and why would we present something like that to the existing homeowners that obviously we're going to eliminate any new single-family residence, and that if you do have a single-family residence that's on E Avenue, you can not make any improvements?
Yeah, so that recommendation is designed to try and move the corridor towards higher density. The corridor has been identified to become residential and commercial. And in order to try and achieve that, we need to get the properties, some of the properties, redeveloped. And of course, it will be up to this board what level of implementation that you take these recommendations to. Following approval, eventual approval of this plan, it would inform street design from an engineering firm to design the streets. It would inform future redevelopment grants that we create, and then eventually would also inform future amendments to land use and zoning in the area. So there's the vision plan itself is a guidance document to try and move the city forward towards what you see on the video. And so those recommendations, and that one in particular, is a way that we could try and get those properties to redevelop. And if this board decided that they didn't like any particular recommendation, of course you're not required in any way to carry them all forward, as they all have to go into various street design plans, future zoning amendments, etc.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
And that's what I would like to see, and I was hoping that this wasn't going to be a blanket approval to everything that's been offered in this recommended final report. But there is specific quotations, Mr. Evans, that says existing residential may remain in place indefinitely. However, comma, no density increases or modifications to existing structures will be permitted. End quote.
So
where does that come from?
So that's designed to allow anyone who owns property there and wants to continue to live there but if the property changes hands or becomes under redevelopment, it helps to guide that redevelopment towards a denser.
Follow up. Where does it come from, Mr. Scott Evans? I'm asking, did we get this language from some similar code, because it's particularly in quotations? And I don't want to sit here and act like this is not a concern, because I don't want 5 years down the line, just like what you said, if somebody sells a single-family home, there's some provision that was hidden in 2021 that says a person can't modify their home if the property changes, if it's a single-family home. That doesn't seem to jive well, and I want to know where we even got that idea or concept from.
Yeah, I'm not aware of where that exact proposal came from. I'm not sure if KCI does, but that's the purpose of it. And if the board doesn't like any particular recommendation, of course, we can remove it from the plan. And additionally, any future changes to the zoning which would be required to actually implement that. So, of course, that would come back before you on the city council side eventually.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
So my concern is that it's overly broad, and I would hope that there is something more definitive, because this says no density increases or modifications. Modifications could be anything. That pretty much means you can't redo your driveway. You can't put a new roof on. And then you just suggested an example, and I want to make sure that this is what the intent is. If you transfer or convey property, either by sale or however, that the new property owner will be prohibited from doing any kind of improvements? Is that what I'm understanding the intent of this is?
The intent is to try and move the corridor and all of the development in the corridor towards a
I
higher
reclaim my
density.
time. That's not what I'm asking, Mr. Evans. I guess my intent is it to prevent a single-family home from being modified in the future. I'm not talking about conceptually, but this language as it reads prevents any kind of renovations or remodeling. Is that what the intent is?
The implementation of that would require amendments to the city's zoning code. And for that particular recommendation, we would have to look at it in detail to define how far it would go. Is it driveways? Is it a second story? Is it, because you could always, how strong that type of amendment to the zoning code would be would, of course, have to be defined later.
I don't like that provision because, we're being asked to agree to these recommendations in something that's not very specific. When you have someone who's a single-family homeowner who has vested property rights, you're going to change the whole dynamics based on some sort of blanket and overbroad statement like no modifications. And for that reason, I don't want to commit the city to doing something like that because that wouldn't be fair for a property owner if now you've historically had air property or whatever it is, and now the city through a recommendation changed that you can no longer have single-family homes on E Avenue. That seems a bit harsh. And that's the first provision that I wanted to speak to. There was another one, and I think it might have came from the slide that spoke to the 4-unit development. Let me see if I can get it back here. But there was a provision in the presentation that spoke to the 4-unit developments, and I wanted to know where that came from as well.
Yes, that's again designed to try and create denser levels of residential on the corridor.
And this is solely based off of the two, I guess, workshops that was held?
Yes, well, they held the workshops and they gathered public input, and of course, they also came up with a variety of initiatives to try and accomplish that. And so that would be another future amendment to the city's zoning code, and how that one ends up being implemented. It could be, a variety of density levels. It could be 3 units, 4 units. But the purpose of the vision plan is there's a lot of work, future work that needs to be done, from amending the zoning codes to developing design plans and construction plans for the new corridor. And so the vision helps us to make sure that we're moving towards a goal as we do all of those separate components. And if there's a particular recommendation that the board doesn't like, we can just remove it from the plan. And additionally, like the ones that you're mentioning, we can also make a note in the plan that this board would like further detail and definition added, either now or perhaps when this becomes an amendment to the city's land development code.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Are you finished, Mr. McCoy?
No, but I would.
Mr. CRA Director, you're recognized.
One of the things that the board could consider is something similar to a provision that is found in your FEMA floodplain areas, where in the event that somebody makes improvements over 50% of the assessed value of the asset or the appraised value of the asset, whatever we utilize as a mechanism at that time, then it is considered that is in fact a threshold. So if the board still wants to say, okay, somebody buys a home for $200,000 and they want to make $50,000 worth of improvements, it's not going to kick it into the threshold whereby they cannot no longer make any additional modifications or tweaks. And so that also allows for folks to still acquire properties within the corridor, as well as the other component. If it's over and above that threshold, then it kicks it into the situation where, okay, now we have to look for more dense development on that particular parcel. But that's something to consider in subsequent conversations, and staff can definitely look at research to find what is the policy position that the board can find itself related to that particular item. But, I thought that may be something the board would want to consider.
follow up.
Yes, Mr. McCoy.
So even from the renderings and what we've seen in the presentation, what exactly is the E Avenue corridor? Is that solely what's fronting Avenue E, or are we speaking of lots and parcels, you know, 2 parcels down off of E Avenue, closer to Broadway? Or is it
The
east and west as well?
The study area is from 10th Street to Blue Heron Boulevard, and it includes the right-of-way and all of the adjacent properties. And in some cases, it's only one property in depth, and in others where there's opportunity for redevelopment, it goes several parcels back. Part of the opportunity that this board has
So
is,
wait,
Excuse me, Mr. McCoy, I'd like to hear the response. Please go ahead.
part of the opportunity that this board has is that the combination of the city and the CRA, we control several major pieces along this corridor. So we will have the ability to really set a new standard as we seek to redevelop those properties.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy, you're recognized.
so can you clarify what you mean when you said going several parcels back? That's what, I guess my question that I was trying to get to. What exactly does that mean? And there's not an overlay map that specifically speaks to several parcels back. And is it only in certain areas?
The plan shows the specific properties in the presentation.
Could you go
if
back,
looked
excuse me.
at the color coding.
Excuse me, Mr. Evans, could we go back to see where the overlay, yes.
So you can see there that they're identifying the various areas that they have identified as that could be redeveloped as opportunities, and so they're also providing recommendations on how that redevelopment could be implemented.
And if I may, so Mr. Evans, that's exactly my concern, because some of those are single-family homes. So when we create some sort of blanket provision that would essentially, over time, eliminate single-family homes, you know, obviously, I guess I can speak to wherever the meat market is, but right around that area, there are a number of single-family homes east of Avenue E. Those essentially would fall into that category of no improvements or no modifications, if that's what the body decides. But I can definitely see on E Avenue, but you know, if you're going further in, and I can't see the legend, but that just seems like that seems to be a little excessive. You know, E Avenue, okay, yeah, I can live with that. My next question is waiver versus variance. I've never seen or heard of waiver being used in our existing code. What's the impetus and why are we doing that now?
Again, that's just a recommendation on how we could develop future amendments to the Land Development Code. As your current code is currently comprised of, the only way that you can build something that doesn't exactly meet the code, if you have a condition where you can't meet it, you can apply for a variance. The variance process is very lengthy and difficult and challenging. So one of the recommendations would be to modify the code to also provide a waiver. So if it's a very minor amendment to the code, say you just need an extra foot on one side or something, something similar to that, then the waiver would allow developers to bring their projects forward without the burden of a variance, because variances are very difficult to achieve. But again, that's just a recommendation towards trying to attract development and move those projects, future projects, forward quickly. But any implementation of those changes, of course, would come back before this board and would be well explored in various public workshops before anything was approved or adopted. And adopting this vision plan doesn't bind this board to any of the recommendations specifically, but it gives us a guide towards what we're trying to move the general streetscape towards.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Miller Anderson, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. So with some of the concerns that's being brought before us, are we looking to bring this where we're able to break it down so it's not just as a whole? We need to accept the whole thing as one. So some of the concerns that's being brought. Did you all hear me?
Yeah, I think what you said was, I think your question was, could we break this down and approve it in parts rather than approving it as a whole. Is that your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Was Mr. McCoy's concern just a comment, or are we looking to bring some of those concerns back or break it up so that we're not accepting their plan in full?
Mr. Director, CRA Director, do you have a response to that? Or Mr. Evans?
We can certainly accept the plan in part and parcel. If there is specific provisions that are problematic or troublesome to the board, we can certainly tweak that and make modifications. By accepting the plan, it is not the policy doctrine that's going to govern how we move forward with regards, because there's so many other elements that have to be modified in our zoning and our other land development regulations, et cetera. So there's other bites of the apple. But if it is the board's pleasure for us to take this particular plan and to go through a more in-depth analysis and speak to some of the elements to really grasp what the board's desires are, we can certainly do that, so we can get better clarity as to what we need to modify on the policy document side to ensure that we capture the vision that the board is looking to accomplish. So obviously this is the culmination of the discussions and the charrettes with the community, and now it comes down to the policymakers looking at the plan holistically. But if we want to dive down deeper into some of those more specific elements and have the same type of workshop discussion that was provided to the residents, we can certainly do that to get to a point where the board is comfortable and we can find out what the similarities and differences may be in the discussion that was had with the community.
Madam Chair?
You're right.
One second, I'm not done.
Go ahead.
So, okay, if that is the case, where we will have an opportunity for it to come back, I certainly would be in support of moving forward with it. I do have those same concerns, although I do understand that in order to get to the point we're trying to get for Avenue E, we would like to see some of those parcels change over time. But for those that are currently in there, and especially if someone purchased the property as it is, as a single family home, they won't be able to make any modifications. That is a concern for me. But if we're able to accept the plan and then at another time be able to massage those other areas, I would be certainly in support of moving forward with the plan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Lawson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be in support of accepting the plan. We're going to come back to address the land use and comprehensive plan, and that's going to be coming back before the board to discuss. So right now, this recommendation from KCI is a general concept, and once each parcel we're going to identify, that's going to come back before the board to make to address every department or every phase of the plan. So as of right now, the overall concept is what the residents wanted, based upon what KCI determined from the residents. So we'll be able to address it at a later time anyway. Okay. Thank you. I'm in support of the plan, moving forward with it.
Thank you. Commissioner Lanier?
Yeah, I just wanted to say the same thing, that, the issue with the modification for the houses that we want to preserve and increase the value of the existing homeowners as much as possible. We don't want to get in the way of modification of existing homeowners no more than usual. And also the sections of property owner monetary contribution and the gentrification part, I think that we should have some more conversation about. But for the most part, we should move on with the plan, but come back to some of these parts that we have some concern about.
Thank you. I have a question about on page, let me see if I can see the page number. On page 7, where it talks about, it is recommended that the 5 parcels at the south, no, wait, let me go back. Sorry, at the top of the page. Recommendations from this study will not propose to change the land use of existing 5 parcels along the corridor with the future land use designation of single-family residential. Are there only 5 single-family homes along the corridor?
I believe there's only 5 parcels that have that single-family designation on.
Okay.
I think there's more than 5 homes in that.
Have the owners of those properties been contacted? Is there any sense of their feeling about this? Did they join the charrettes when the charrettes were offered to the community?
I couldn't speak to any specific property owner who participated. We certainly tried to get the word out about the workshops and the online, but any changes to land use or zoning that the city considered would, of course, go through all your public notice
Right.
process. And at this point, we haven't even developed those implementing
Right.
changes at this time.
Okay. Well, I'm in support of it, conceptually at least, and then I think we do need to take a look at some of the details, but you're right. We can do that in the future. Anyone else have questions or comment? Mr. McCoy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I can appreciate that this actually occurred and we had those working meetings with the community. And, what brought me to that, and I would think the gentlewoman from the 2nd District will agree, is this idea of bicycle lanes, because I don't know how that just showed up on Avenue H. And it seems like we got more complaints out of bicycle lanes, which essentially took away what was utilized as roadway parking. So I certainly appreciate the conversation. I don't know that I would agree with Commissioner Lawson when he said this is a result of the community, because I can tell you, I don't believe, and I wasn't there, but I don't believe that a resident attended that meeting and suggested that they wanted to limit the modifications to a single-family home. And even additionally, add bicycle lanes when, I'm looking at the bicycle law. Bicyclists are permitted to ride on the road. If we already have a congested street such as Avenue E, the very concept or idea to now put in a bicycle lane just seems like, we're really, this is really skimming down the road to the bare minimum where you can hardly even have a sidewalk, much less a bicycle lane on top of that. So I don't think that this is really reflective of everything that was stated, because I'm sure it appears that it's more than 5 single-family homes. I don't know if that was specific to a certain corner, but I know certainly there's more than 5 single-family homes just based on looking at this, and that's not in the 46-page document. So I'm okay with it coming back, but I definitely would like to see how we address that single-family matter and also the bicycle lanes. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Madam Clerk? Oh, we have a public comment card. Sorry, thank you. We'll hear that public comment now.
Glenn Spiritus.
Please go to the podium, Mr. Spiritus. Mr. Spiritus, you can go to the podium.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, Commissioners, Executive Director / City Manager, CRA staff, good evening. I was
Please state your name and address.
Glenn Spiritus, 5540 North Ocean Drive, Riviera Beach. I was pleased to participate in the choosing of KCI as the firm to do the planning / engineering study, and I think they did an excellent job. With respect to the comments made tonight, Councilman, Commissioner McCoy, I don't know why people are afraid to use the term of what was presented here tonight, but in effect, you're condemning people's properties. When you tell someone they can't make any improvements to their property, and you're telling them what they can do to their property in the future, you have taken their property, and it is therefore condemned. And this, is a very controversial issue in the city. I don't know why we just don't let the public sector handle the purchase of properties. You could do this through zoning. That's your next phase. That's the most important phase. So we should let people who've earned their property, lived in their property all their years, maybe make a profit in the future, or keep their property in an approved community and fix their property up and stay the way it is. The zoning must take that into consideration when you get to the zoning stages. And without doing zoning, this plan will sit on a shelf for another 20 years and be talked about in the future about something that was talked about by the community for weeks and nothing ever happened. Another example of something that didn't happen. Next, I'd like to say that I really think you should expand the area that you're studying. By your own admission tonight, you've said Broadway is going to be impacted and other streets are going to be impacted by the zoning and the development. I think you should study a larger area, go back, give KCI another job to do and expand the area to include Broadway and maybe a couple of other streets and come up with an overlay zone that will expedite development, make it quicker, get rid of the red tape, and you'll see development in a more timely fashion. You'll see your mixed-use development, your workforce housing, hopefully, your affordable senior housing, hopefully, so that the people that live in this city can enjoy from the improvements that are being done in the city and not just developers and out-of-towners. So hopefully we'll be able to participate in the fruition of this type of development. Thank you. And thank you for looking at the city. And KCI, thank you. Good job. And CRA staff, thank you.
That's the end of public comment.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Lanier,
Yes.
Commissioner McCoy,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Botel.
Yes. Motion is approved, 5-0. Thank you. Item number 4.
A resolution of the Riviera Beach Community Redevelopment Agency amending Resolution Number 2020-15 entitled A Resolution of the Riviera Beach Community Redevelopment Agency authorizing the issuance of a redevelopment refunding revenue note, Series 2020A, in the principal amount not exceeding $13,500,000 and a taxable redevelopment refunding and improvement revenue note, Series 2020B, in the principal amount not exceeding $16,500,000 for the purpose of refinancing certain outstanding obligations and financing certain redevelopment projects, providing that the Series 2020 note shall be limited obligations of the agency payable from tax increment revenues as provided herein, pledging such tax increment revenues to secure payment of the principal of premium, if any, and interest on the Series 2020 notes, providing for the rights, securities, and remedies for the owner of the Series 2020 notes, making certain covenants and agreements in connection therewith, and providing an effective date to correct a scrivener's error and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Would someone care to make a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you. Someone care to second?
Second.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment cards or any presentation?
We have one public comment card.
Okay.
Bane Lozman.
Madam Chair, we're going to have the presentation first.
Yes, let's have the presentation first.
Madam Chair, if I can ask for the CRA General Counsel, Mr. Michael Haygood, to make this presentation, and I believe we have representatives from Bond Counsel here as well.
Thank you.
Yes, in fact, we have Jolinda Herring, who is bond counsel, and she explained this is a request from the bank who actually purchased the notes.
Good evening. What you have before you is a resolution amending Resolution 2020-15, I believe it was. As you know, we issued redevelopment notes back in August of 2020. In doing that, there was a provision that the bank requested that we add into the resolution, and simply it is a mechanism to determine what happens if those notes become taxable. So as you can see on the resolution in Section 2, the one paragraph that we're adding there.
Thank you.
I'm available for any comments.
Let's have a public comment, and then we can have questions and comments.
So, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I mean, it's really simple, and I don't
Okay,
think
go ahead.
you should sit. So, and I certainly understand one counsel, but why do we label it as a scrivener's error? It's not a scrivener's error.
Well, it is a scrivener's error because it was not included. It was agreed to by the bank and the CRA, but it just did not get included.
Okay, so it was a exclusion.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So the
I mean,
language was provided to us by Banks Counsel, but the Banks Counsel did not give us that particular language, although it had been agreed to as part of the terms of the transaction. So they're now asking us to come back and put that in because it gives you the mechanism to do what was agreed to.
Fair enough. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll have public comment.
Fane Lozman.
Fane Lozman, Singer Island. I have my beautiful container home there, my homesteaded residence. Anybody wants to come check out the container home living, come on by, 5101 North Ocean.
Mr. Lozman, could you stick to
Excuse me, miss.
Excuse
This is my
me.
3 minutes.
Not
Okay?
only on the
You can talk
agenda.
over me for 3 minutes if you
Only
want
on the agenda
to.
item,
You can talk
Mr.
over me all
Lozman.
you want to,
Go ahead.
okay? You know, matter of fact, there should be a point of order that after you admitted to a criminal violation of the Sunshine Law, the
Mr.
council here should
Lozman.
replace you. Mr. McCoy, you
Stick
weren't
to
here,
the.
but she admitted to a
You're
criminal
wasting
violation
your
of
own
the
time,
Sunshine
Mr.
Law.
Lozman. I can talk as long as you can, so just, if you stick to
I'm
the
just
agenda
saying.
item, then I'll allow you to
That's a
speak.
point of order that needs to be addressed.
If you stick to the agenda
Self-reported a
item,
criminal violation of the
if you
Sunshine
stick
Law
to the
last time.
agenda item, I'll let you speak.
You're gonna do what?
If you stick to the agenda item, I
This
will
is
let
an
you speak.
agenda item.
Oh, go right
It's
ahead.
an agenda item. Is this meeting properly being chaired by a woman who admitted to a
Mr.
criminal violation
Lozman,
of the
if you
Sunshine
stick
Law?
to the agenda item,
that- I mean,
which
that's-
is this resolution
The
about
the board has the
language.
right to address that matter, okay?
I'm probably going to start singing
What are
in
you
a
gonna
minute,
do?
and you'll
What are you gonna
really
do, Montel?
regret that.
What are you going to do? Okay, you want to sit here and argue for another
Yeah,
minute and
'cause
50
I can-
seconds?
we
I
can-
can
we can
address
just-
as a
we
point
can
of order
just-
to the 3 members there, why are you the chairperson when you self-reported you did a criminal violation of the Sunshine Law? Why are
Are
you
you
still
going to
sitting
speak
there?
about this topic?
Why are you still sitting
Are you
there?
going to speak about this topic?
I'm going to ask a question to see if one of these gentlemen, or Miss Lanier or Miss
Well-
Anderson, will make a motion to replace you after you
If-
self-reported breaking the law.
If you.
That's a pretty big deal, lady. There's nothing funny about it.
You are funny.
That's why the meeting was canceled last week for
No,
people
the
that
meeting was
don't know.
canceled because we did not have a quorum.
That's
The
why
meeting was canceled
you
because
broke
we
the
did
law.
not have a quorum.
Right, 'cause they didn't want to be
The
part of your
meeting was
criminal
canceled
conspiracy
because we did
with the
not have a
item.
quorum.
Well, we'll talk about that.
Okay, a minute and 6 minutes left.
That's
Minute and
fine.
6
Go right ahead.
seconds. Yeah, okay. I can.
They didn't want to be part of your little criminal
I could
conspiracy,
talk
did they?
just as long as you can, Mr.
Just keep
Mr.
talking
Lo-
over
Yeah,
me.
Okay.
And when public comment comes
Okay.
at 7:30, we will explain what a
Yeah,
corrupt dirtbag
okay.
you are.
I'd love to. At that
Okay?
time, you're perfectly
That's right.
free to say anything you
Yeah,
want about
no,
my
we won't.
criminality.
But in the meantime, these members, they may not be aware that you self-reported. You
In the
committed a crime.
meantime, the topic
Go
has
right
to
ahead.
do with the resolution of the Riviera Beach Community
love to hear
Redevelopment
yourself
Agency
babble all night
amending
long, don't you?
resolution number
Just sit there and
2020-15
babble along.
entitled
I just wanted to compliment Mr.
Resolution
McCoy that he has a half a clue what's going
Riviera
on,
Beach
unlike
Community
yourself.
Redevelopment Agency
Okay.
authorizing the issuance of a redevelopment
ahead.
refunding note.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy, for
Series
picking up on that.
2020A, and the
On
principal
that
amount
comment,
not
I
exceeding
appreciate that. I'm glad somebody here has a clue what's going on in this area, because Miss Lanier is clueless.
And
I
improvement
saw that meeting a few
Series
weeks ago, and I
2020B,
appreciate
and the
your
principal amount
comment
not
and
exceeding
looking after the
16,500,000.
taxpayers.
Thank you, Mr. Lozman.
Sorry, I missed that. Could you say it again?
No, I'm not repeating that. Thank you. Oh, Lord. Now, do we have any other public comment? Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Do we have any other questions by the commissioners?
Yes, Madam
Go
Chair.
right ahead.
I just wanted to ask the question, are we paying, again to correct, this error? Because if we are, it should have been overlooked by the bond council. I saw a fee of $7,500. Did we already pay that or not? And if so, it's the bond council's role to review, these documents. And I'm not so sure if it's a scrivener's error or not, but we shouldn't have to pay for this twice. So I need to kind of get some clarity on that.
So, no, you're not paying any additional. This is included in all in the fees that are charged. So, yes, I mean, we do review the documents. We actually prepare the documents. As I stated earlier, the language was provided by the bank's counsel as to what they wanted to see in terms of those particular provisions.
No, and I understand that, but what happens is that if the information was provided by the bank, then the bond counsel should have caught that. That's not a scrivener's error. I just don't
Well,
want us to pay for
Bond
this twice.
counsel, I mean, we would put in and we review what is reasonable because we're acting on behalf of the CRA. So that is not something that we would have been able to catch if that is the bank's preferred language. We
Did we
work for
pay-
the
did we
CRA,
pay-
we don't
no.
work for the bank.
My question is, did we pay for this twice?
No, you do not pay for
Okay.
this twice.
All right, very good.
Commissioner Miller Anderson, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I do not.
Okay, any other comments from commissioners? Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Lanier?
Yes.
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Botel?
Yes. That motion is approved, 5-0. Item number 5.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Riviera Beach Community Redevelopment Agency authorizing the execution of an agreement for sale and purchase with Sharon Holdings LLC for property located at 1851 Broadway, as is more specifically described in the agreement at purchase price of $1,200,000, plus applicable closing costs, directing and authorizing the chairman and executive director to take such actions as shall be necessary and consistent to carry out the intent and desires of the agency, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments? Madam Clerk?
We do not, Madam.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Evans?
Good evening, Board. This proposed acquisition is of the Miami sub-site, which is located at 1851 Broadway. And that property is just under an acre. And the acquisition of this property would allow us to add it to future redevelopment through a public-private partnership. The property appraised, we had 2 appraisals done. The appraised for $1.25 million and $1.3 million. So the average of the 2 appraisals that were completed in September was 1.7275. So your proposed purchase price of $1.2 million is approximately $75,000 less than the appraised value, which is a great purchase for the agency. The CRA will have up to 90 days following this approval. We have 60 days and then an option to add another 30 days in which to complete any of our due diligence before we would close on the property. And this includes completion of a Phase 1 environmental, which we would initiate immediately following approval of the purchase and sale contract. If you could move it to the next slide.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. You said environmental.
Yes, as a part of the due diligence that we will do before we close on the property, we will complete a Phase 1 environmental analysis.
Thank you.
This particular slide, this shows the adjacent parcel, which is what really helps create this unique opportunity for the CRA. The city owns the property that is directly behind it, and it's directly to the west of Miami Subs at the corner of Avenue E and 19th Street. And the combined future development site of the Miami sub-site and the existing property creates a development block that we can really attract a new large-scale development since the combined property is almost 2.2 acres. And by redeveloping this entire site, what we can do is we can add to the enhancement of both Avenue E and Broadway because the development can front on both streets. And it's located directly across the street from the Jim Barry County Boat Launch. This location allows us to attract a mixed-use development that could be built up with up to 6 stories, and the project's in our downtown core zoning district. So a development that would contain both residential and street-level commercial, and being located across from the county boat ramp and adjacent to the large workforces of Lockheed Martin, Rybovich, and Viking Boat Service facilities, we think that a commercial space on the ground floor could be very viable. We have recently spoken with the existing Miami Subs operator, and he is interested in negotiating a short-term lease. He had notified the existing property owner that they did not want to continue long-term on the site. However, in our discussions with them, they would be interested in negotiating a short-term lease extension Obviously, the concept is to combine this property with the adjacent city property and create a large-scale development. But in the time in between us completing that work, and obviously the board would need to decide on the final plan and move it forward and make the opportunity available to the private market. And during that time, we would hopefully be able to negotiate a temporary lease for Miami subs to stay, and they are interested in that. So if the board determines tonight to move forward with this purchase, we will immediately negotiate with the existing operator so that we can generate some revenue for the agency and keep them on site on a month-to-month basis until the board's ready to proceed with redevelopment of the entire site.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
Madam Chair, do we have public comment?
Do we have public comment? No.
There's no public comment for this item.
Mr. Lawson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Evans, thank you. Mr. Scott Evans, thank you for negotiating this deal. This parcel is a prime location in the city, and I think it would be a great asset for the city. The issue I have is that I don't want us to buy up all of the property on this prime real estate and not have a plan in place. Our zoning, our intensities and densities need to be addressed, especially in that corridor. And our comprehensive plan, I've been saying from day one that we need to take a look at our comprehensive plan and our land use. Until we actually update that, us just holding on to properties is not going to be beneficial for the city. We made an amazing purchase on the corner of Blue Heron and Broadway, but as of right now, we're sitting on the parcel, and we need to make some progress in regards to our comp plan and things that we as a council can actually effectually change. The comp plan, the intensities and densities. I'm in support of purchasing the property, but I also want to make sure that we have a plan in place to immediately get it back out to the private sector, even if we factor in a P3 project, public-private partnership that we can start marketing immediately. We took the initiative of purchasing the parcel on the city side, on the corner of Congress and Blue Heron, and we're beginning negotiations or discussions to actually have that developed. I want that same process put in place if we close on this today. I want us to have that in place by tomorrow. In speaking with the owners, I recently did speak with the owners, and they said that they would be interested in a long-term lease, or I'm sorry, not a long-term lease, a short-term lease, or some type of agreement moving forward, because I know that previously you stated that there was nothing that was done. So I want the details on what type of lease agreement we would have, and also having an out clause within 30 to 60 days so that we can move forward with development there. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. McCoy, you're recognized.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was going to ask. So the appraisal of Mr. Scott Evans suggests that the lease is set to expire the 31st of this month. How do we do due diligence and still have the opportunity to discuss a short-term lease? Then I thought I also heard you indicate that we were going to have to make that available to the private market. Are you suggesting we're going to have to put out a request for proposals just for a short-term lease? Is that what I understood?
No.
No, that would just be for the future redevelopment of the site, that we would have to make it available to find a public-private, rather to find a private partner for the redevelopment. And the existing lease, which is not at this time, that's between the existing property owner and the tenant. And if this board elects to approve the purchase and sale agreement, it wouldn't close for 60 days or additional 30, so it could be up to 90 days before we would close on the property. Because the tenant, his lease with the existing owner expires during the time that we would be considering purchasing it. If this board elects to approve this evening, we'll immediately begin discussions not only with that, with the tenant, but with the purchaser of the property in order to negotiate for them to be able to stay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. That definitely was my concern, and I was looking at the extraordinary assumptions in the Carr and Riggs appraisal. Lastly, so I do see the $1.5 million that's been set aside in the budget. The Yachtsman, was that purchased using dollars from last fiscal year? Because it's not in the 21 budget? So it
Yes,
had-
last year's property acquisition dollars were used to purchase the Yachtsman.
And I have to really echo Commissioner Lawson's. I mean, it's good to buy property, right? We've done a lot of that. It just doesn't make sense that we're going to buy everything in town and there's no real plan as far as moving forward with development. That, I mean, you know, when you look at it, right, we just had bond counsel here, meaning we're borrowing money. But to borrow money to purchase assets, which is in a very volatile market, thankfully COVID hasn't, you know, hit significantly as it relates to the real estate market. And, you know, the prices are kind of been where they are, you know, this same time, I guess, what, 2 years ago in 19? But I support it, but we can't sit on property. We just, seems like this is deja vu. We keep going through purchasing properties. And, you know, the same can be said for 2600 Broadway and then obviously the Dairy Belt. And looking at the budget, right? There's some really good illustrations, but some kind of way when we do our budget in these pictures, we have a really good graphic designer because I don't see that none of the stuff that we do turns out to what the pictures look like in the budget. And specifically, I'm speaking to the Dairy Belt location for the Business Incubator Program. I support it, but I just don't think that we need to, you know, make a hobby out of, you know, purchasing properties because it took the Micro Business Incubator Program. I think we must have approved that on our very first or second CRA meeting.
Second CRA meeting.
And it's like, we're 2 years in almost, and they haven't even opened the doors. So it's a problem every turn we take in this organization, and much of it is built around development, you know, and obviously, you know, the city is not the development arm. That's where the CRA comes in at. And I support it, but I just can't, in good conscience, continue to purchase property when we haven't bought anything out of the ground, much less, and that let me see if that says it. That place can't be more than 450 square foot, Dairy Belt, and we've had so many change orders and issues time after time. So, you know, obviously once this lease expires and we do a month to month, I did hear you say that the tenants are agreeable to a 30-day or a month-to-month tenancy?
They're agreeable to, well, yes, just in my brief conversation with them, they're agreeable to a month-to-month, but obviously, but we would need to provide them a little more than 1 month if they were going to terminate,
Sure.
since they would have to stop operating.
And this is outside my realm, but I certainly want to put this on the record to say that, you know, I don't know what the monthly rental amount is, but, you know, I don't know that we'll be able to recover a whole lot of money by maintaining them there in the property because it goes off of the tax rolls, right? But then again, I don't want to demo a building and it becomes a vacant lot and we are 2 years down the line talking about the same thing we're talking about on January 13, 2021. Thank you, Madam Chair. You're back.
Thank you. Any other?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead. You recognize Commissioner Miller Anderson.
I did just want to echo what Mr. Lawson and McCoy were stating about us purchasing these things. Now, I do realize that we, you know, they brought up the Blue Hen and Broadway bank building. And, you know, since we've bought up these locations, we've also made some changes. So I do hope that we realize we've made some changes since we've purchased some of those things. And I believe we've been pretty clear about our expectations of wanting to see things happen. And so it's just a matter of us making it clear to everyone that, you know, we do want accountability. We may support doing this because, you know, I mean, we do want to be able to try to control somewhat what is going to happen there because, you know, like many people complain a lot about the 13th Street, 13th and Barack Obama, where the old swap shop was. And, you know, they talk about that being a warehouse, but, you know, you can't control what other people own and what they decide to put there as long as it fits within the zoning. And so I think by us being able to get that particular area, we will be able to control somewhat what it is that we want to see there. Now, the expectation is that we do make something happen. And I think that we've been very clear for the last several months of wanting to see progress. So would just make sure that that happens. And I support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, since once the CRA does acquire the asset, since it is not being utilized for a government purpose, they are still required to pay taxes. The other side of it is we are going to have conversations with the board. We've already proceeded with internal discussions with staff to bring forward the consolidation of some properties and placing properties in the appropriate agency to effectuate some of the development that we're looking to see occur. For instance, this particular parcel that we're talking about abuts the property to the west of it that is owned by the city. And so we would look to effectively bring an item where we would transfer the ownership of that asset to the CRA to have under the control of the CRA, and then looking to bring an opportunity forward whereby if the board is so inclined to market, promote, and advertise that we are accepting proposals for the development of this site, and these are some of the conditions and the things that we would like to see on this site, and see what the private sector comes back with, because there are parties that are interested in the redevelopment of our community. There is a lot of activity that is happening here in the state of Florida. The real estate market and folks moving in from the state is, hitting some of the historical highs. So there is some opportunities. We do want to have that conversation with the board and to get direction as to which parcels are deemed the most important parcels to create the synergy and the activities in the downtown corridor that we're looking to do on Broadway, and then obviously on other parcels throughout the city. So that will come back in subsequent meetings, but we do want to move very quickly because we know that's the desire of the board.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller, Lanier, you're recognized.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of acquiring the property. I know I had some heartburn early on about acquiring property and not having a plan to be able to use the property. But as we're moving forward with our development of a city hall, with our city properties, with finding a place at some point for the CRA, I think that it's a great project for a city and a CRA, mixed use with, bringing in private development. They can pay for the city facility. They get the property. They get to be able to build the property. They get to be able to develop the property. But also it also increases TIF dollars in that particular area. So I really want to, if we're going to move on this property, I really want to consider it to be something that can be used to get one of our city facilities built out of it. When you bring in private development, when you increase the TIF in that area because of development, we can also get a city facility built out of that. So if we're going to move forward with this, and I have no problem moving forward with it, but we need to look at the even a P3 project in a sense that we have a huge development with the city of Riviera Beach in terms of how we're moving forward with development for new facilities. And that would be a prime location for something like that. So if we're going to consider it, it needs to be considered for something that's going to benefit the city and the CRA.
Any other comments? Mr. Evans, could you just remind me, what is the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Group doing with regard to Broadway? Scott, I'm sorry.
Yes, as a part of the CRA plan update, they are preparing new recommendations and to update the plan. And as a part of that, it would include new recommendations for Broadway. And a major part of that whole body of work is that they've conducted a real estate analysis for Riviera Beach. So we'll be looking to bring that in a special workshop before the board, so that you can, and then we'll utilize the findings of that real estate analysis to help us plan for the future. And we've been coordinating with the city staff because those recommendations will need to be developed into land use and zoning changes. And we'd like to have that process happen. I briefly touched on it during the Lake Park meeting that the CRA held previously, but we would like that process to happen in an expedited manner as possible. But the first element is the recommendations from Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, and they are planning to do a public workshop. The schedule that they currently have is a public workshop followed by workshop directly with the board, and then they would be able to prepare their draft plan and present that. And that would then inform the changes to land use and zoning that we would like to adopt in the whole corridor.
So we haven't been ignoring Broadway. Good.
No, in fact, the overall change to the land use will likely end up being citywide, or at least much larger than just the Broadway corridor. So the recommendations from the Avenue E, and specifically I heard the comments from the board, we'll make sure that we spend specific time to make sure that those implementing changes do not adversely affect single-family homeowners. But when we bring the recommendations from Avenue E study will be combined with the recommendations from the CRA, which will be looking more, the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, which will be looking more specifically at the Broadway corridor and Blue Heron corridor. But then those will also be combined with some other changes that the city's Development Services Department is looking at to try and move our codes forward and try and attract development and make it more development-friendly regulatory environment.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Madam Chair?
You recognize Mr. Lawson.
Just for clarity purposes, Mr. Evans, do city facilities contribute to TIF dollars?
No, I can answer it. No, if they are not on the tax roll, then nothing is being contributed to TIF.
Okay, so, and then also, if it was a P3, if we just decide to move forward with a P3 project, would there be a contribution to TIF dollars?
As long as it's really, if I may, it's really determination by the property appraiser. If it's not considered a public use, then yes, it's on the tax roll, and it will contribute to the TIF.
Okay. And so I just want to get clarification from Councilwoman Lanier's point. So if we do provide this as a city facility, that's going to allow for us to attract more businesses down to the Broadway corridor where we can increase our TIF dollars. Because if we make this a city facility, I don't think we would benefit from TIF unless there's a special provision put in for the P3 project we put in. So I'm assuming that we can bring that city facility, which City Hall would look great downtown, but a city facility down in the downtown corridor would just help incentivize or attract additional businesses to help grow those TIF dollars. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I think you misunderstood me. It wasn't, when I was talking about city facility, I was talking about bringing private developers. When you bring private developers, that spurs development. With having those developers there, with developing that property, having a P3 arrangement can also benefit the city and a facility. I'm not saying that the city facility and the property that it's on is going to be bringing TIF dollars. I'm saying with a P3 development and bringing those developers in to develop a certain area will in turn spur development to generate TIF dollars, and we can use that money for a city facility.
And
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
You recognize.
I didn't actually misunderstand you. That's actually exactly what I stated. I said that your comment was to attract additional businesses. The city facility is not going to generate the TIF dollars, but the businesses and the developers that centered around the development of a city facility, which I did actually mention in previous meetings that it would be great for us to bring some type of city facility, possibly a city hall or a library to Broadway, and allow for us to attract additional businesses and development. So that was my reasoning for that, and the reasoning that I was actually agreeing with your statement and getting clarity with your statement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? It has been moved and seconded. The council approved the proposed resolution authorizing the purchase of property located at 1851 Broadway. If you, as your name is called, please answer yes or no. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Lanier?
Yes.
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Botel?
Yes, we have a unanimous decision. It is approved that the proposed resolution to purchase the property it's approved. And item number, sorry, 6.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, did you want to do public comment at 7:30?
Oh, gosh, it's 7:30 already? Wow, okay, let's have public comments.
The acceptance of public comment cards is closed. Fane Lozman, followed by Doretta Paulette. Polk, sorry, and J.B. Dixon.
Madam Chair,
Yes, you're recognized, Commissioner Miller Anderson.
are you going to read the disclaimer
Thank
statement?
you very much. Okay, so excited about hearing Mr. Lozman, I got confused. Any person who would like to speak on an agenda item, please complete a public comment card located at the front desk. Oh, wait a second, let me read the other one. Let me read this one. Sorry. All matters listed under, no, I had the right one. Any person who would like to speak on an agenda item, please complete the blue public comment card located at the front desk and give it to the staff prior to the item being taken up by CRA for discussion. Members of the public will be given a total of 3 minutes to speak on all items listed on the consent agenda and 3 minutes to speak on each regular agenda item. The time limit for public comment may be reduced by a vote of the CRA Board of Commissioners based on the voluminous nature of public comment cards. In no event will anyone be allowed to submit a comment card to speak on an agenda item after the resolution is read or item considered. Go right to it, Mr. Lozman.
Bane Lozman. Mr. Evans, earlier this evening, about 10 minutes ago, I witnessed J.B. Dixon write up a lengthy handwritten note, gave it to Sammy Brown for transmittal to Julia Botel. He's on official duty now. That's an official document. I want a copy of that pursuant to public records request of the document she gave that individual. She gave Sammy Brown a few minutes ago. Getting to my comment, I've been coming to these meetings for the last 14 years. I've never seen a meeting canceled for lack of a quorum, okay? The meeting was packed. A lot of people showed up. They were in an overflow room, and we understand why it was canceled. Julia Botel self-reported to the state attorney's office that she committed a criminal violation of the Sunshine Law. That is a very big deal. That is a very big deal. You have a responsibility to look at her pattern of conduct. A, the Ethics Board has asked Governor DeSantis to issue an executive order reprimanding her for her behavior. B, there's a new pending ethics complaint before her for using her office as a PAC and allowing Judy Dixon to use the resources of her office at taxpayers' expense. 3, she bounced a check running for office for her new campaign. 4, she's in the middle of the litigation filing a phony form that, if depending how the courts rule, she may even come forward. But the point is, she's an embarrassment to this city. You, Ms. Miller Anderson, Mr. Lawson, Mr. McCoy, you have a pattern and practice of misconduct this woman is engaged in, and she needs to be replaced. Plus, she's a racist. When she ran for office, she said the prior council was dumber than a box of rocks, and Lynn Hubbard was mentally retarded. I mean, she has no respect for the citizens of this community. She just admitted to committing a criminal violation of Sunshine Law. You need to make a motion and replace her. She's an embarrassment. She needs to go. You can make a motion, put Kashamba Miller Anderson back in there. At least she had a clue what she was doing and wasn't a racist pig like Botel is. That's right. We don't have to tolerate people like Botel in our community. You're an outsider who came in here and thinks the world revolves around you, Botel. It sure does not. Now, moving forward with what I'm doing, I have a floating container home at my property, and I plan to put maybe another 10, 20, 30 container homes on my property. There's nothing you can do about it, Botel. That's my homesteaded property. You can go around and you can lobby and you can do whatever you want to, but at the end of the day, you won't be in public office, and I'll still be living on my container home. Now, people on the west side, container homes are a reasonable way to get a good quality of life. Involved with a manufacturer of container homes. If you're interested in putting some container homes on the west side, please let me know. Come visit me at 5101 North Ocean Drive, and maybe we can get some container homes out on the west side.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lozman.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Would you like to make a motion to have me removed, Mr. Lawson?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
While I do understand Mr. Lozman's concerns and his comments and all residents, I want us to refrain from hurling slander, hurling insults at this dais. We are trying to work together as a council. So if there's a disagreement or a concern, while I may not agree with Councilwoman or Madam Chair Botel on every item, I do agree that we should be respected as the electeds. So, Mr. Lozman, I do appreciate your comments, but some of the comments were not respected by the dais. So thank you. And no, I was not going to remove you, Madam Chair. I was just going to comment on Mr. Lozman's comments.
I sincerely appreciate your remarks,
Thank
Mr. Lawson.
Doretta Paul, followed by J.B. Dixon.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park. I'm a resident here in Riviera Beach. And concerning, I guess, well, I better mention this first, concerning the statements that was just made. First of all, you had nothing to do with we not having a meeting last week. It was, we didn't have a quorum, which I was told. And yeah, he said the overflow, there was. This was full, and there were 2 overflow. The thing that concerns me concerning about this meeting that did not happen, we have our vulnerable people, our senior citizens that came out that was going to be acknowledged by Councilwoman Lanier. Now, if I know Kashamba was on the phone, but you didn't have a quorum because you had to have 3 people here. When this is on the agenda, I'm sure you 2 gentlemen knew possibly that that was on the agenda for the senior citizens, and they was packed. They came on their walkers, they came on the canes, and this was not right. I know if there was death in the family, it was an accident, I can see all of that, because things do happen. But you 2 young men, you have legal, don't you have assistants that could have reported to the dais that, oh, we won't be here on time and we won't be able to make the meeting. Whatever happened, the only thing I have to say about this, we have to have grace for our senior citizens. And soon as they sat down, they had to immediately get up and the meeting was canceled. If you would have had to assistance even to notify Mrs. Lanier, she could have notified Ms. Dawson and also Ms. Matthews. They are with the Concerned Mothers, Southside Coalition. These ladies are in the 80s and 90s. And Ms. Matthews have a husband that's not well, and he even came out. So the only thing I could say to you all, that you need to apologize to the seniors that came out and immediately had to get up. And that was the day we had this insurrection of, the Capitol. And we're dealing with that, the stress of that. It's just not right. It's just not right. And all these remarks about Dr. Botel needs to stop. She admitted she wasn't trying to hide anything. She admitted that she did that, whatever. So all these attacks on her need to stop because she is a woman of character. And I want to thank Tamara and Mr. Jenkins and Ms. Evans, Scott Evans, because they're doing a very good job. And Mr. Spence, I can't forget him, Nehemiah Spence. Very good job with the toolkits for the citizens, which was appropriated by Mr. Evans. One last thing. I know. One last thing in honor. The correlation with the city of Lake Park with us was very good. Very good program.
Ms. Polk, thank you so much. Thank you.
J.B. Dixon.
Well, you may be wondering why Mr. Lozman is becoming increasingly unhinged at each of these meetings. And I'm here to tell you why. It is because his real estate partners are getting very, very tired of bankrolling some of his actions because, of course, he was supposed to be able to control all of these local situations, which he has been losing. In other words, he first lost the Special Preservation District resolution, which 1,000 people commented on. He then lost a magistrate hearing, which told him he was wrong and he had to remove the fill he had put in and return the property to its original order. He also lost in circuit court. This is all very recent. To join the Taylor suit, to get cover under that suit. He lost that. He was thrown out of it. He lost in the Department of Environmental Protection, the state of Florida, who cited him, told him where he was wrong, gave him 20 days to stop it, fined him to the tune of $2,500, and new fines to be levied every day after he does not comply. He also, saying he homesteaded his container, he lost his homestead on January 1st because he was unable to bring that little shack into and be connected to land. And that was reported to the assessor's office or whoever does homesteading. He doesn't have a homestead. The DEP inspected again on Monday and are going to find again that, because how could they find anything else? He is not supposed to have that there. So he will have more fines, and his partners will become increasingly irritated, which makes, of course, Mr. Lozman increasingly irritated. He has yet to deal with the Army Corps of Engineers, who are also on the case. In terms of the Ethics Commission, he lost that. Do you not recall that he told you that you would not see Councilwoman Botel here again because there was going to be a trial, and then she was going to be put in jail? And what has happened, of course, is that a letter was written, the very lowest form of any kind of reprimand to be given, and the governor has, of course, not acted on it. There are more losses to come, and the new sign that he put up, which is really humorous, shows a big old eagle and then says, Thane Lozman, Supreme Court winner. And it would appear that the Supreme Court winner is a loser.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
That's the end of public comment, Madam.
Thank you. Item number 6.
CRA attorney discussion.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, this is pursuant to a request that was made by the board, so staff is bringing this item forward for discussion.
Thank you. Comments by
Madam Chair, I just want to say this. There's an item on the agenda that says that Commissioner Miller Anderson placed it on the agenda. If we are having things placed on the agenda, do not say that it's the board. Be specific as to the council person who requested it to be on the agenda.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, there was consensus from the board to have this item placed on the agenda.
Thank you. Comments by commissioners? Mr. McCoy?
I'm sorry, so are we on?
We're on item number 6.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair,
CRA attorney discussion.
Thank you. Mr. Haygood, can you tell us how, I was looking at your letter here, how your services were acquired by the CRA? Was that done by some sort of request for proposal or qualifications?
Mr. Haygood, you're recognized.
I'm trying to remember. It was, I think I had to submit a resume to the board. I don't know if it was a formal solicitation.
Follow up. It references interim general counsel, so was that initially your role?
Yes, sir.
And it was you individually and not the firm?
I'm sorry?
I guess the engagement, yeah, I guess I don't understand. It says Haygood and Harris LLC. Was there a change, or how do we just now get bills from Haygood? Was there organizational change?
Yes, sir. It was subsequently, I was subsequently made permanent, if you will, CRA attorney, and the partnership between me and Ms. Harris was dissolved.
Okay, so, and I guess, was there anything subsequent by the CRA that just engaged you solely, separate and apart from Haygood and Harris LLC?
Well, certainly, well, I don't know that there was anything formally done. The,
Madam Chair, so let me ask this question, and maybe this will probably help. I guess it starts off as saying interim, so at what point did that change?
yes, sir.
So I guess that's what I'm trying to get to, like, you started here as an interim, and that's
Correct.
2006, 15 years ago?
Right.
Correct. 16, yes.
So, I mean, how did we get from interim, was there another enacting resolution that made you the permanent
Yes, sir.
CRA attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so, you know, similar to the other process, I would like to see, because, you know, obviously the next item on the agenda regarding phase 2 discussions concerns me, because we're spending more money involved in the Marina phase 2 discussions with consultants, financial advisors, and even, I guess, even in the case of what we've seen earlier relative to the bond documents, that we discussed the idea of putting this out, because I certainly would like to see, after 15 plus years, that we revisit how we, you know, acquire legal services for the CRA. And obviously, it's not as simple as just going to the Florida Bar Directory and just randomly selecting a name, because it really seems to me that when we get these invoices, and if you calculate them over the course of a year, we've probably paid for at least 2 attorneys over on the city side. And I want to see if we can put this back out for some sort of request for qualifications or specific requirements relative to CRA development and where we're going, you know, especially in light of, you know, the number of projects that we're undertaking. So that's my position, and I would like to see the board's opinion and desire on that item.
Madam Chair?
You're recognized, Commissioner.
First of all, the contract has no term to it. It's just open-ended. The initial LLC is, by his admission, is no longer in existence, which means that technically there's no contract if the entity no longer exists. And I too would like to request a ITN request for proposal for CRA city attorney.
Mr. McCoy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Commissioner Lanier, and that's, you know, agreeable, but request for proposal just pretty much sets the course for anyone.
When I say request for proposal, I would just give you an example, like, you know, just to put it out. I mean, it could be ITN, it could be, I don't know what you name it.
Well, request for qualifications is what I would like to see.
Something like, yes.
As opposed to just, you know.
Right, exactly.
You know, Commissioner Lawson just graduated and passed the bar last week. You know, he may want to apply, you know. I mean, but obviously something centered around where we're going developmentally.
I agree.
So that's what I would say.
Are you making a motion to that effect?
Well, I want to engage the members. This is not a sole decision, so I wanted to start the discussion.
Commissioner Miller Anderson, do you have a comment?
Well, considering, looking at this letter, which is pretty interesting to me, and, you know, as long as I've been on there, we have never brought this issue up. So this is very new to me, and this is not typically how we've done things. So I would certainly be in support of putting out a request for qualifications and being able to move in the direction in which we feel we need to move in order to make sure that these projects that we're trying to get done, and also making sure that the agenda items are legally sufficient, and, you know, items are not making it to the agenda that no one has looked at. So I would certainly be in support of moving forward with a request for qualification.
Thank you. Mr. Lawson?
I don't have any comments, Madam Chair.
Okay. I have no comment. Any other comments?
Madam Chair, I just also too want to bring up the fact that at our last CRA meeting, we are looking at a $300 million project with the Marina phase 1 deal. We had a consultant who was supposed to review the financial documents for the developers, master developers, proposed master developers for the marina project. The developer sent the information in unbeknownst to us, unbeknownst to the consultant. The consultant issued a report that said they had not gotten any, he had not gotten any information from the developer. The attorney says, oh, we forgot to send it to them. The consultant was fired that night because he had no information to present to the council, because the attorney either neglected to, forgot to, whatever the case may have been. And to fault the consultant, to talk about him in that way when the man had no information to make a determination. And we received the information that was submitted by the developer 2 o'clock that day. And it was only because I requested it that I actually got it. So yes, I am in support of a request for qualifications for the CRA attorney's position.
Any other comments? Would you make that request in a formal manner?
Well, I will, Madam Chair, I just want to engage our CRA director. So, Mr. Evans, is this something that can be handled by you in your role to put out a solicitation? Does this need to have come back to us, I guess not as a body, but individually to, I guess, see what goes out?
Yes, Councilman. What I would do is draft up the request for qualifications and then share that with the board, and then follow up with subsequent individual meetings and make sure the board is comfortable with the document, and then we would place it out on the streets for input or for folks to submit, and then we would bring it back, obviously, to you all with the list of firms or individuals that have responded accordingly.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
And Mr. Evans, the request for qualification, in your opinion, will be the precise mechanism in order to acquire legal services?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Move to direct Executive Director of the CRA to...
I'm sorry. Do we have public comments?
We do. We have one public comment.
Okay, we'll hear public comment.
Margaret Shepard.
Margaret Shepard, Riviera Beach. To the Honorable Dr. Patel and our Vice Chair, and to all of you in your respectful places. So glad to see Scott and Ms. Jenkins. Have not seen them for a while. But as I listen to you all, just thread on thin water of dismissing a attorney you've had for quite a while. I was there the night that Mr. Haygood was appointed. You got to remember you had all these projects going on, and you have to be very clear that he has it all in his head. He made a mistake. Who does not forget? Who does not forget? And I didn't like the tone of the meeting last week. If you're asking us to respect you, you must respect us. I was in shambles to hear that a man of his stature, and he can speak for himself. He can speak for himself. But you have projects. You all got these little menial jobs. This man had to go to school and get an education, a real education. And you sit here and cut him down because in the next couple of years, you guys are going to be gone. And he has made a solid commitment to this city for 15 years. And if you don't stop this, if you don't stop these shenanigans that you're doing and all these drawings, because I've seen all these drawings, and I know one thing, if you don't stop and start building something in this city is going down. You got a building up there say, Riviera Beach moving forward. No, you're not. You're fighting among yourselves, and you want to discredit everybody that got a little common sense up here. You're just little peons, little peon jobs. And you sit here and openly criticize him? Why didn't you go to a closed-door session? This is a man that has stature. This man has the knowledge of the master plan of the marina. He was there with the first phase. You can't even get off the ground for the second phase. Somebody should have been in check and say, hey, Mr., is everything going good? Because I know my children always call, Mom, I forget. A simple task. And I'm not saying pat him on the back, but you all are discrediting yourself and the city of Riviera Beach. You got nowhere. Explain to me what you've done. Because I've been gone about 1.5 years, and I've heard you sit there nothing but back and forth discrediting yourself. I have no sympathy for you all. I pray that the day come, there's a couple of you all out of here. I appreciate Dr. Botel. Little small lady and a man gonna attack you. Who does that? Who does that? The election is rolling around, and I'll say it publicly. I will be working for Dr. Botel.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd.
Doretta Polk.
Good evening. Oh, wait a minute, I hadn't started yet. Can you click that? You can see, you can't turn it
Ms. Polk, you're going to have 3 minutes. You got that?
on? Yeah, I thank you.
Thank you.
I thank you so much, Tamara. Good evening. My name is Doretta Park, a citizen of, a resident of Riviera Beach. Concerning that meeting, I was home looking at it. And Mr. Councilman Charles McCoy, it was so disgraceful. You had to start being professional and respectful and kind. You called Mr. Fish kind out of his name so many times. Mr. Fish, whatever. You can't do that. That sounds very ignorant and degrading of you. You're better than this project. You need to stop this. And then you talk about Miss Lanier and Shirley Lanier, and you have no mask on. You're screaming, talking about the ABCs. She need to go to get a class for ABCs. You can't talk to a young woman like that. You do not talk to women like that, in that tone, in that voice. So let's start having some empathy here, and some kindness, and most of all, professionalism. Because that was not very degrading of you to even perform and act is the way you act. And you owe her an apology. You owe her an apology. So hopefully you will be man enough to give her one. Because men do not act that way to women. Young man, and I thank you very much for letting me come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Polk. Any other public comments?
That's the end of public comment.
Okay. Now, Mr. McCoy, do you want to make your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move to direct the executive director to create a RFP for CRA attorney services.
Second.
RFQ, he said RFP.
RFQ.
Do we have a second?
Second.
The motion has been moved and seconded to put out an RFQ for attorney services for the CRA. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Lanier?
Yes.
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Botel?
Yes. It's been approved by a unanimous vote, and we direct the CRA director to act accordingly. Item number 7.
Marina Phase 2 discussion. The acceptance of public comment cards is now closed.
Madam Chair and members of the board, this item before you this evening is seeking direction as to how you would like staff to proceed with regards to Marina Phase 2 discussions. Staff has had the opportunity to have a conversation with the development group APD, TESRA group, with regards to the Marina Phase 2. In a document that they provided, there are 16 questions that they have, and most of those questions are policy-related questions that staff needs direction from the board to proceed. In addition to, because of the nuances of those questions, it's recommended that a joint session between the CRA and the developers and staff occurs, and hopefully we can have that at your next regular meeting of the CRA, where the second part of the day can be a workshop. I think it is important that we address those 16 questions that have been proffered by the group, because ultimately the board's position and perspective with regards to those 16 questions will have an impact on the overall financial review of the entity. One of the things that is contained in the proposal talks about if the board wants to see each of the elements explored individually to look at their ability to fund or ability to finance said projects. The City of Riviera Beach did issue RFQ number 1020-21-1, which is to seek professional services for public-private partnerships. This was done in the preparation of the city moving forward with public-private partnerships for other projects. The responses are due back on February 4th. I believe if it is the board's desire to move forward, that staff can secure a number of professional consultants to facilitate the review of Marina Phase 2 development, as well as be ready for subsequent development projects that the city would entertain as it relates to public-private partnerships. In the memorandum, it contains 3 questions that staff is asking for direction from the board. Does the board agree with holding a workshop with APD TESRA Group on January 27th? Does the board support the RFQ process outlined in this memorandum? And also, one of the things that I think is going to be very important, and it was discussed as part of the Avenue E project, does the board wish for us to propose modifications to address the densities and intensities within the corridor and or solicit a consultant or firm to assist? In my conversations with staff, we have the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council that is moving forward with being able to provide some information related to the CRA plan, and by virtue of an interlocal agreement, since they are considered another government entity, they can move forward with the review of the densities and intensities in the corridor. If that's the most expeditious way. If the board wishes for staff to look for another entity to assist, obviously that will be probably some of the recipients or some of the entities that we would receive in that solicitation that was out. But we know that addressing some of the densities and intensities in the corridor is going to impact not just this development that's before the community at this time, but also future development. So at this particular moment, staff is seeking direction on those 3 items. Does the board wish to have a joint workshop with the developers? Do you agree with the process that's outlined in the RFQ and utilizing those that are qualified in the space of P3 arrangements to facilitate the review of the Phase 2 project? And then does the board wish for us to move forward with looking to address the densities and intensities of the corridor, whether it's through the Regional Planning Council or through another consultant? But also, I think it's important for the board to communicate, if the Treasure Coast is the entity we utilize, what the expectations are so they can understand what our desires are, what's acceptable within the corridor. At this particular moment, Madam Chair, staff is prepared to answer any questions, and staff seeks direction on the items that were communicated.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Questions and comments from commissioners?
Madam Chair?
You're recognized, Commissioner Lanier.
I'm sure that everybody in the public knows my position on this particular project. I'm still having some difficulty having conversations with a proposed developer, and we don't know if they have the financial capabilities to be able to perform the task. When the previous consultant came in to be able to do that, he was fired. So I don't understand how we're going to move forward to have conversations with the proposed developer. We don't know if they're financially capable of doing the job. So why are we having these discussions about what's going to happen in terms of densities? You know, when I look at the questions that they proposed, the developers proposed, asked 16 questions. And, you know, it looks to me, the questions say to me this, you know, give me everything, give me your money, give me your land, give me your CDE. Oh, and by the way, increase densities so we can maximize our profits. Now, that is what they're saying to me. I don't know if this developer is in a position to be able to do what they propose to do, because we had a consultant to be able to determine that. Now, this is the stickler for me. If we knew that this developer could financially take on this job, you wouldn't hear anything from me. It's a 4-1 vote every time this comes to the council. And it is because I want to know if this developer is financially capable of performing the task. That is it. That is all. I have nothing against the developers. I have nothing against anyone involved in the deal. I just want to know is if they have the money to be able to do it. Because if not, the city will be holding the bag for this. So I don't think that is a lot to ask. That we know that the people who want to embark on a $300 million project have the money to be able to do it. And I don't think that is unreasonable to ask. So if we're going to sit down with developers to have conversations about densities and to have conversations about the different types of housing and where we're going to put this, then we need to know that they are in a position to be able to do it. And I just thought that was just a very simple ask of a person who was elected to be able to say, this is not my money. If the city's going to embark in this joint venture, that we need to know that the partner that we're working with can do it, can put the money in, can prove that they have the monies to be able to perform the task. And that is all my ask is of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Madam Chair.
You're recognized, Commissioner Miller Anderson.
Mr. Jonathan Evans, where are we with, or I don't know, Mr. Haygood, where are we with getting another financial consultant?
The RFQ closes on February 4th for the consulting services associated with P3s. So we will be able to open the solicitations on February 4th. Then staff will then review the proposals, and what we will do is, like we've done for some of our continuing services contract, we will approve a bank of consultants for the purposes of our P3 arrangements as we move forward. So our hope is to get something in front of the board for ratification, hopefully by the end of February, if not by your first meeting in March.
So when we gave them the 90 days and we gave the extension and terminating Mr. Fishkind, that pretty much put a halt to what we were trying to do, which is what Ms. Lanier's concern is. moving forward to meet with the developers prior to us finding out whether or not they're able to move forward financially with this? How would that impact us? I mean, we're continue to move forward as if they do have everything, even though we don't know if they do.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Please do.
With regards to the moving forward, I believe that the meeting will provide additional clarity and additional direction for the financial advisor to do the analysis that's necessary by having this meeting. One of the challenges when we did have conversations with outfits and entities that can do a financial review is that in most cases the financial review exceeded the manager's purchasing authority. In addition to, we wanted to have some type of solicitation process whereby we can have a prescribed way in which defines how we came to X consultant, because the last thing we wanted was for somebody to say that this was a consultant that was handpicked for X, Y, and Z. And so that's why, in the abundance of caution, we issued that solicitation. But the solicitation is due back in 30 days. And I believe from my last review that there's been a significant amount of people that have downloaded the packet, and it was a request for qualification. So it's a very simplistic process for someone to upload their credentials and experience related to P3 projects.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments?
Madam
Sorry, Mr. McCoy first. Mr. McCoy recognized.
Thank you. Mr. CRA Executive Director Evans, the purpose of the consultant, I think I heard you say, is to review for phase 2. And, you know, I guess I'm kind of confused, right, as to exactly that we have, again, a broad scope. And in particular, I guess in response to Commissioner Lanier's concerns, much of what came out of the meeting revolved around the response from the consultant. This proposal was submitted in 2018, prior to, you know, over half of us being on the board. Then most of what was said was attacking the feasibility and even questions about market realities, when clearly we're in 2020 at this point. I guess it was September, when COVID basically changed the whole market. And, you know, I'm going back specifically to suggest, you know, some of the things that were said was not that you don't have the financial feasibility, but change your proposal is what exactly he said to address the market feasibility. And I mean, it seems like I want to see if we can sit down and figure out exactly what's being proposed. But Mr. Evans, I've heard you use the example many times that the goalpost was constantly moving. And by Mr. Fishkine's own explanation, that's exactly what happened. And to suggest that we're firing him because the proposal didn't do their job is not correct. And if I can, I mean specifically, revise the plan to reflect current market realities. Well, this was September of 2020. I mean, does anybody know what the market reality is given COVID? Obviously, we do know brick and mortar is pretty much non-existent. So to suggest that his proposal is no good, or that the financial feasibility that he offered, and then I'll jump up to that one, APD lacks the financial capacity to undertake the plan. The financial plan provided by the development team includes virtually no equity investment. But the funny thing is that specifically the tax credit form of financing is what the developer said brought this very building together. So without us going back out, and we're now approaching 3 years that this proposal has been submitted, we're going to say that we're still, I guess, comparing apples to apples when we already know the market has changed significantly. And it was a complete miscarriage of justice to have someone sit there and scrutinize their plan when clearly we got it in black and white that they should go back and change their proposal. I just don't see how that works. But my question is, I want to know what exactly are we going to expect if we put this out and bring in a new consultant. I'm not interested in hearing somebody tell somebody why their project can't work. They have to have specific experience in examining the type of financing proposal, and not just because they're unfamiliar with it. And much of that was driven by the market changes. So I just think it was disingenuous at the very minimum to make such attacks when every one of the proposals that came back from them said that they should alter their proposal. Well, if that's the case, let's just go out right and reject it and say it doesn't meet our needs. But don't change the goals or the goalposts, if you will, every time there's a submittal. And this went back and forth, and nothing to anybody, but it's just like, that's exactly why I think I'm in support of having a conversation on the 27th, because this seems like it's very difficult and more difficult than it has to be. Obviously, I think there's been a change in the hotel industry, right? So do we then tell them that they're incapable of doing that because of something that was driven by solely the market, solely COVID? And further, you know, it was interesting to hear the KCI study of the E Avenue corridor, and I particularly noticed inside of that plan that it came up in the meeting of no gentrification. I hope he understands what no gentrification means. That means everybody should be able to have an opportunity of living in some workforce housing or some housing that doesn't, you know, drive you out of the neighborhood. But much of the plan that I've seen submitted is the same as what E Avenue. We're really looking at workforce housing and making it where, regardless of whether you make $100,000 or you make $50,000, the person that makes 50 still has an opportunity to get affordable workforce housing in the same area without it driving individuals out of this community. So that's the very purpose. And to suggest that we just fired the guy for no reason is not true. You know, I was looking back and forth at the number of emails. I was like, well, crap. At this point, you know, it's kind of difficult to say where we're going if every time there's a proposal submitted, there's something that's being asked to change it. If that's true, and that's what the members of this commission choose, let's just outright reject it and go back out. But I don't want to spend time going back through another consultant to come back and say why this doesn't work, especially if the consultant is not particularly experienced in that level of financing. And that's exactly what it appeared to be. And if it's not that, then the other option that I can only think of was that they just didn't agree with the type of financing altogether, or there was a disdain to even use that method of financing. So those are my concerns, but I just don't want to make us go back through this whole thing again, because we're approaching 3 years, and we can't expect the plan to still be the same after the whole world has changed because of COVID-19.
Madam Chair, if I may address some of the comments that were communicated.
You're recognized.
To Commissioner's point, I think that's why it's so important to get clarity and direction from the board on those 16 items, as well as what your expectations are and what are the things that you want to ensure that the financial consultant understands the scope of work and responsibility. Consistent with the ITN, we brought nuances of the ITN to the board because at the end of the day, you all are going to be the ones that are ultimately going to approve it. And so if you don't agree with what is being looked at and what is contained in the report, invariably it's going to lead to a situation where it's rejected. And so my intent is, once we get those 16 questions analyzed, and then we get into a discussion about what elements of the proposal do we need to look at, to provide that information in the synthesized format to the firm that will be looking at it, and then having that discussion in a transparent way with the board to make sure that everyone understands the expectations. They go back, they do the analysis, and then they present the findings to the board. And so there is going to be a lot more inclusion and a lot more participatory activities resulted in the financial review, because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that the report captures the questions and the desires of this board so you can make a determination to move forward.
Mr. Lawson, are you about to ask
Thank
for the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Evans, the recommendation is to have this meeting on the 21st or 27th to discuss the concerns and questions so that we can move forward with Phase 2 discussions and also hiring a consultant.
The consultant is, we're moving forward with that as part of our solicitation process. The RFQ process ends on the 4th of February, and so as quickly as I can get that before the board for consideration to approve all the firms as creating a bullpen of firms, then we would look at the firm that is most capable of providing financial review specific to the direction that was provided to staff at the meeting on the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. And just follow up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Recommendation just for my colleagues, if we can go forward with the meeting and have the discussions, vetting the ideas and concerns that are based in these 16 questions, and move forward with either this proposal or determining if we're going to go back out to market. And I think that discussion can be had on the 16th, where we can really lay our ideas and values of what the current state of affairs of our city is on that meeting. So I say that we move forward with it and have the meeting on the 27th. Madam Chair.
Commissioner Miller Anderson, do you have anything else?
No, I do not.
Okay. Would someone care to make a motion?
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
You recognize Commissioner Lanier, I'm sorry.
I just also would like to say that when we are brought information from the developers, we're supposed to be driving this show, not the developers. That's the first thing. The second thing is that I agree with with Commissioner McCoy on one thing, that this has been 3 years and that the markets are not the same. When we are looking at an original proposal that was submitted by the developers, that was 3 years ago. Now they want to have conversation about how that could change, how we can tweak that. Questions about densities and questions about CDEs, all of those things are good and fine. Number one, if we know they can afford to do the project. And number two, when the original proposal was submitted, we cannot now go back and tweak or change that proposal because the market has changed. That means it goes back out for everyone to be able to submit their bid for this particular project. The developers are also asking that we review their financial capability based on separate projects. I don't know who does that. Their proposal was for a master developer and for a master development plan. We're now having conversations with the developer. They are not officially the developers for the project. We're having conversations, and now we're having a meeting with them to discuss policy and to discuss different parts of the original proposal that certainly, after conversations with them, will most certainly change. So now we're in a position where the original proposal has been changed or will be changed. So I don't understand, with this being 3 years, with their request to judge them, rate them on their financial capabilities by the project. That means, or by the different elements of it, then that means that some other developers should have an opportunity for those projects. If we're going to rate them separately on these different projects, it's a master development plan. You're supposed to be able to do the whole thing, not pieces of it. That was not the original deal. So, as you understand, I'm saying these things because this is my trouble that I have with moving forward with this, because we're not doing what we originally said that we would do, that we would get the proposal, that we would rate the proposal. They were picked as the developers. We were going to move forward. They were supposed to provide financial documents to show that they can do the project, and that has never been done. So we're going to have conversations about changing the proposal, tweaking it, having conversations about these different types of projects, the densities, and all these other things that we have said tonight. Then I think that we need to know, number one, if the people have the financial capabilities to do it. Because why have these meetings? We get through all of these meetings, have all these conversations, and then find out they can't do it. Then what? So those are the kind of things that I want my colleagues to consider as we move forward in this marina phase.
Madam Chair.
Yes, you recognized, and then we have public comment.
I just want to ask a question of Commissioner Lanier, and this is more rhetorical, but changed by whom? That's the very statement that I'm making, that when these items were submitted, then it's very clear from the the PFM response that PFM is saying, change your proposal. So I guess what you're saying is true, and that's exactly the point that I'm trying to make. We're asking them to change them. That's the first rhetorical question. And what exactly, because I asked this very question, are the documents that were requested that was not provided? And I yield back because I'm really interested to find out that answer, and nobody's been able to point to it that they didn't comply with.
Thank you. Let's have public comment, and then we can continue if we'd like. Madam Clerk.
Dr. Glenn Spiritus, followed by Margaret Shepard.
Glenn Spiritus, 5540 North Ocean Drive, Riviera Beach. Commissioners, Mr. Executive Director, staff, good evening again. Ms. Shepard, thank you for your comments before. I appreciate what you said. For a long time now, we've been hearing about a lot of projects and nothing's coming out of the ground. We see signs, we see renderings, but we don't see projects. Commissioner Lanier said it was 3 years ago that this started. I don't know how we got to this point when this has been going on for 3 years. This project should have been completed by now, not just in the talking stages or the planning stages. I'm currently working as a consultant for another municipality and developer as a master developer on a $2 billion revitalization project in another downtown. We're already coming out of the ground with projects. I don't understand why this is taking so long, but we are doing some workforce housing, so that's what I want to get to right now, because Commissioner McCoy brought up workforce housing and making sure that the community, all the community, benefits from this development. There is no real definition of what workforce housing is. You as a board have to make that decision. What is workforce housing? You can't just let a developer tell you that I'm building workforce housing. You have to come to terms with what you feel the rent should be, that are market rate, which is what's affordable for the people that live in Riviera Beach, the majority of those people. Same thing if it's going to be a condo unit. You have to determine what the sales price will be and make sure that it's affordable to all Riviera Beach residents. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't have some expensive units and some inexpensive units, but they should be available to everybody in the city of Riviera Beach, depending upon, depending upon their income. So I urge you to start thinking about this now if you're going to include workforce housing in this project, because this is going to take you some time to figure out these numbers and to come to terms with a developer. You might want to include this in your, maybe this will be your 17th question at your next meeting, but I think that you should consider this and start working on it now. But please don't let this drag on much longer. You know, I've been here 20 years. I go back to when the Tiki Bar was there, and it was a beautiful place. Everybody from all over the city came there. Let's make this a larger Tiki Bar, a place where everybody can come. I mean, the facility we have here is very nice, the little restaurant, but let's make this a destination point for everyone in the city and a facility that everyone in the city can benefit from. Thank you.
That's the end of public comment.
Thank you. Any other comments by commissioners? You were about to make a motion, I think, Mr. McCoy.
Well, just one question. Mr. Evans, can you clarify, there was the one question regarding, does the board concurrently wish for staff to propose modifications to address densities and intensities within the corridor or solicit a consulting firm to assist? Is that something that question is intended that is going to occur prior to the 27th meeting? Do you start that conversation, or?
That is actually one of the items that is contained in the question, but I know that there's been discussions on numerous occasions from the board to see us look to address densities and intensities in the corridor, even, at the Lake Park discussion. So we would handle it separate and apart, but would want to run it concurrently, so it wouldn't adversely impact our ability to move into subsequent phases with Marina Phase 2, but we just want to make sure that the board is in agreement with staff to move in that particular direction. So if we get to the point where all the heavy lifting has been done, that effectively Marina Phase 2 can benefit from increased densities and intensities if we're able to move forward. So it would be separate and apart, but we did want to make sure the board had the appetite to continue to move in that direction.
Would someone care? Are we finished?
Just one last question. Okay. Mr. Evans, in the second question, does the board support the RFQ process outlined in this memorandum? I suppose the answer for me would be yes, but the question I have in response is that the only option? I don't know what we can get, and let me kind of give you some information here. I don't know what the amount was engaged with PFM or how much that costs, but within a threshold, is that something that somebody that has very specific experience in dealing with the type of financing structure and what's being proposed can be, be dealt with? And I'm not saying throw out the RFP. I'm just saying, is this the only mechanism in which to do that?
It's not the only mechanism, but my concern is that I didn't want to have a situation where it is, as they look at the layered funding approach, that it then creeps into 30 or 35,000 or 40. I'd rather get the authorization, and then we work out the nuances of that and get the best firm to do the job. So that's why we recommend that particular approach versus selecting someone to do that, and then invariably it's always going to be asked, how was it determined who is selected under the threshold? So we just thought, in the abundance of caution and with the importance of this project, that's probably the safest bet.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
You go ahead.
How do we meet, and who does the meeting? Is it the CRA, or is it going to be the city? And is that going to be the only item to be discussed?
It is going to be the CRA, and we may have one very light item, but the bulk of the meeting is going to be associated with that.
It strikes me that we should divide these questions into 3 parts, and if someone would care to make a motion that council approve holding a workshop with APD TESROL on January 27th for the purpose of discussing those 16 items. Would someone care to make that motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second to approve holding a workshop with APD TESROL on January 27th. If you're in favor, vote yes. If opposed, vote no. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Lanier?
No.
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller Anderson?
Commissioner
Yes.
Miller? Yes.
Vice Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Botel?
Yes. We also need to discuss the RFQ process. Would someone care to make a motion that council approve the RFQ process outlined in the memorandum and secure appropriate consultants to assist with public-private partnerships, as I read it, both for the proposed Marina Phase 2 development and other city CRA projects and P3 arrangements, such as the fire station? Would someone care to make a motion that we approve the RFQ process? That's the second question.
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Miller Anderson.
Can I just get clarity on that part again? I mean, I would like to support it, but
The way it's written is, does the board support the RFQ process outlined in this memorandum?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Evans.
if I may, I think I think the consent of the board, based on the discussion, that there does seem to be the board's desire to see staff move in that particular direction. So I don't think we need to have a motion per se with moving in that particular direction. And if there's no objections with regards to us looking at the densities and intensities, I think if it's just consensus or the pleasure of the board, we can move forward accordingly.
Are you suggesting we don't need to make a motion, or are you suggesting you just want consensus?
Just for the other two questions, the meeting, I think it was appropriate to have that legislative directive.
All right. Do you need us to have a conversation?
Madam Chair?
One second, I have a question. Would you like us to have a conversation about intensities and densities within the corridor? And would you like direction as to whether or not you should solicit a firm to assist?
With that particular questions, twofold. One, does the board want us to move forward in that direction? And then if it is a private consultant, or if you wish for us to bring in and have the conversation with the Regional Planning Council prior to, we just need to know which trains of thought the board wants us to go to on those two items.
All right. Do you have an opinion, Mr. Lawson?
No, Madam Chair, no comments.
Mr. McCoy?
No.
Councilwoman Miller-Anderson? Commissioner Miller-Anderson?
No.
Commissioner Lanier?
Yes, I have questions. There's 3 questions here that are asked, and I think that we need to get the board consent because we are not in agreement. I am not in agreement, so I think that we need to put it to a vote. It's a part of public record. It's only 2 other questions, and would be the end of that. But to move forward with consensus would mean that all of us agree to it, and I do not.
Then would someone care to make a motion that we support the RFQ process?
So moved. But, Madam Chair, may I say this? I guess we're not directing Mr. Jonathan Evans to go out and issue a RFP.
It's already been issued.
It's already out. So, I guess that's something within the sole discretion that the director and the manager can do. But, if it suits everything, we can, move.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Lanier?
Yes.
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller-Anderson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Botel?
Yes. And the final one, do we want to direct staff to propose modifications to address densities and intensities within the corridor? And then I guess we need a separate question as to whether or not we use Treasure Coast or another firm. So let's take the first one, which is the council directs staff to propose modifications to address densities and intensities within the corridor. Would someone care to make a motion to that effect?
Yeah, Madam Chair, but where does Treasure Coast come into the conversation?
Well, that's if we, I think, as per Mr. Evans, if we want staff to take a look at densities and intensities within the corridor, Treasure Coast comes in because actually they've already been looking at the Broadway corridor, and that Mr. Evans wanted to know if we wanted to use them or some other entity. Is that correct, Mr. Evans?
That is correct, because you can enter into an arrangement with Treasure Coast through an interlocal agreement versus a competitive solicitation process. And so we needed to get a direction as to where the board wanted to go with regards to that.
So the first part of that question is, does the commission want staff to propose modifications to address densities and intensities within the corridor? Would someone care to make a motion?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
There are 2 parts to this question, and I would not want to have staff to do this. I would want to have consultants to be able to, this is a huge project.
Okay, then I suggest you vote in that case. That's why I've divided them up. First of all, are we asking staff to do this? And second, are we asking them to engage the services of a consultant? And if so, is that consultant Treasure Coast? It's actually 3 parts. So part one, let's get through this. Part 1, would someone care to make a motion that we direct staff to propose modifications to address densities and intensities within the corridor?
So move.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Lanier?
No.
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Botel?
Yes. And then, do we want staff to select a consulting firm to assist?
Yes, Madam Chair. And I mean, I guess if I,
Go ahead.
well, I mean, just reading the next line, the manager's memorandum says the fiscal impact resulting from these items cannot be calculated at this moment. Nonetheless, staff assigns a job code and track expenditures. I mean, do we need to monitor every step of the way?
I'm trying to accommodate the request that we not just use consensus, but that we have a voice vote on this, and that's why. And Mr. Evans, do you have an objection to?
If it's the pleasure of the board, what we can do as it relates to that, you know, the board has said, yes, we want staff to look at densities and intensities. We can certainly come back and provide you two distinct options and say, hey, this is the timeline with Treasure Coast. This is the timeline conceivably if we had another firm participate, and then, you know, based on that, the board can decide which way they want to go.
It just seems to me we've been using Treasure Coast, and they know the area, they know what our desires are. We've had enough conversations with them, but that's my opinion. I don't want to push that on anybody else.
No, I agree with that as well.
Mr. McCoy, do you have another opinion about that?
You know what? I want to go with Treasure Coast, but not for the same reasons that you said.
Okay.
And clearly, because if that was true, and no disrespect, and I don't, particularly understand why there's so much hostility. But no. Let me clarify. Hostility when it comes for us making a decision, right? But if that was true, because they've been around, I mean, we wouldn't have this discussion about the CRA attorney tonight. So please don't give me the explanation because they've been around, because been around doesn't necessarily, to me, seems to be the best option all the time. So, but I support Treasure Coast, but not for that reason.
Okay. So would someone care to make a motion that let's just get right to it. Would someone care to make a motion thank you. Let me state the motion. Would someone care to make a motion that we ask staff to use Treasure Coast to assist in this process? And you're making that motion, Mr. McCoy. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Lanier?
Yes.
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Botel?
Yes. Item number 8.
Commissioner Miller Anderson, Commissioner Kashamba Miller Anderson, Rafiki Tiki Operations and Compliance of Contract. And the acceptance of public comment cards is now.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do we have public comments?
We have one public comment.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, this is at the request of Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Thank you.
Commissioner Miller Anderson.
So I certainly want to first start off by saying that I appreciate, Mr. Dimitri for being the restaurant that has been in the marina basically since the beginning. And, so he's been around for a while. So I certainly value his restaurant being there and providing a service. But over the last few months, I have had some concerns that have been cropping up, which initially started back with when I believe we were out there for the Veterans Day ceremony. And I noticed that we had some construction going on. And being that I was on the council at the time in which this original agreement came to us, I knew that nothing should take place unless it came back to us. And I had not recalled hearing anything about any additional improvements being done. And, this is something that obviously CRA oversees. And so, I inquired as to, so I'm starting to see some things going on. When did this come to us? Because I have not heard anything about this particular agreement since we put it into place back into 2016. And so at that time, I started making inquiries about it. And then from that point, I've been getting a lot of complaints about the activities that have been taking place over there on certain days where
we've had a large number of people, and we want to first of all recognize we're in the middle of a pandemic. And so that for me is an issue just from the very beginning, that we have been working as a city very hard and trying to keep our numbers down, trying to provide masks to our residents, trying to provide testing, and now we're trying to see about doing vaccinations. And so with all of that going on in the last 10 months, probably now, making sure our residents are safe has been a serious thing for our city. Now, initially, when Rafiki came, I voted no on the original agreement because I was not in alignment with some of the concessions that were made back then. When the additional modification agreement came, which was to allow for alcohol to be served, because initially that was not a part of the original agreement. I did provide, approval on that because at that point he was operating and it made sense for him to be able to, now serve the alcohol. So I approved that part. But I just started noticing there were a lot of things taking place over there that had never come back before the board. And I just did not quite understand how all of this was taking place, of improvements and additional things going on there, and it never come back to the board. And so, after I started making an inquiry and, as you all have received the memos that were drafted, there's been a number of things that have taken place over there that has not come through permitting, that has not come before the board, and the additional, I guess they call it Sundays, Grown Sexy Sundays, that have been taking place over there for the last couple of months or so, has caused some concern. Number one, because of us being in the middle of a pandemic, and patrons not utilizing the mask, and then also Rafiki extending their restaurant into areas that have not been approved. And so I asked Mr. Evans, obviously the marina area is in my district, but I know that we all have been very involved in trying to make sure that people are following our rules, especially when it comes to keeping our residents safe. Now, don't get me wrong. I certainly understand that the residents in the community have been, really looking for some things to do in the city. And I would like to encourage that, but I think there's a way to do that safely. And then also the amount of space that was a part of the agreement does not allow for that amount of people to congregate. So, I want to see how we're able to, if that is going to continue, it has to follow some rules. And with that small amount of space that is a part of the original agreement, it does not provide for that. I didn't see the capacity number, but I would imagine 200, 300, 400 people cannot fit in that small space. And then when it's spilling over into the street, around the corner, across on the promenade, none of that area has been approved according to the agreement. And so, I really would like to have a conversation. I'm not sure if my colleagues are aware of any of this. If this is something new to you, then, I hope that you have had an opportunity to take a look at this information. But if it's not new to you, I would imagine you would have had the same concerns that I've had as well. And so I wanted to provide an opportunity for my colleagues to weigh in on these concerns, and then also to have Mr. Dimitri have an opportunity to explain how is it that he has been able to, he has gone and, basically gone against this agreement without coming before the board to inquire about making some changes. Thank you.
Thank you. You're recognized, Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to make sure that, okay, so I just pulled up a memorandum and it's dated January 12th. I've not read it yet. Is that what Commissioner Miller Anderson is referring to?
Yes, it's what Commissioner Miller Anderson, you're referring to the January 12th memorandum that was in the backup, right?
Yes, I am referring to all of that information that was provided. I think on yesterday, because I did just ask, because of the large group and the number of complaints that I received on Monday because of the activity, the event that they had on Sunday night, I did ask for it to be brought and added to the agenda for today. And so on yesterday, I believe an email was sent to all of us with the agreements. I think it was the first and the amended agreement. And then the memo was sent, I think, this morning. And so if you want me to read over that, I can highlight what that memo says and some of the concerns. And I believe some of us are probably aware of these because not all of it is brand new, but some of it is, and it was brand new to me as well.
Thank you. Mr. McCoy?
I just wanted to make sure that I was on the same page as to what she's referring to, but I have it here now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Lawson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Councilwoman Miller Anderson, for bringing the item. As well, I've gotten a lot of phone calls about the scenario of Rafiki Tiki. My recommendation to my colleagues, and I had a conversation with Mr. Dimitri in the past 2 days, and was to pause the event that's happening on Sundays and the special events that are being hosted, and work with our staff, work with Mr. Evans on working on the operations of how to get this done. A few months ago, we recommended, or I brought to the board, to possibly allow for the Rafiki Tiki to expand using and utilizing the rooftop and the inside space that would disperse some of the residents that were attending this event and giving some additional space. Because as you see, there's a need and there's an urge and there's a craving from our community to have something within our community. So having staff and having Mr. Dimitri work on a plan that's going to actually effectually determine what happens within this venue. I would love for the expansion of Rafiki Tiki. They've done a phenomenal job, and I think that he's willing and admirable or inclined to allow for discussions over the next few weeks without actually hosting these special events, to work with our staff and get this done, and then brought back before the dais with recommendations from our executive director. So I think we should leave this as a staff issue, but I do believe it's something that needs to be addressed immediately.
Madam Chair.
Yes, you're recognized, Commissioner Miller Anderson.
And to your point, Mr. Lawson, it was left as a staff issue because, like I said, my concern came up back in November, and I knew that this was something that should have been handled by staff, but over the last few months, I wasn't sure as to whether or not it was being, because of the fact that it was continuing to happen. And at the same time, the agreement is not with staff, the agreement is with Mr. Dimitri and the board to approve. So that is why I asked for it to come before the board, so that we could get clarification as to what is going on and what is it that we could do to help him. I definitely support him trying to expand now, but understand that that would need to be an additional lease payment, because if you're going to utilize the rooftop, that's fine. If you want to expand around the corner, that's fine, but that has to be a part of the lease agreement. And as I said before, when the first agreement came, I voted no, because we gave away too much. Mr. Dimitri knows this is a business. It is what it is, but we gave a lot of concessions. And so I felt like if you want to expand, you have to pay for it. We cannot just give it away. And so I believe I did suggest that at one point. I have not had a direct conversation with Mr. Dimitri, but I did say, well, if they're going to continue to come and we have such a large group that's coming, well, then rent out the upstairs, rent out the inside, do something, but you can't just have the people just hanging in the streets. That never happened. So if he's open to doing that, then that's great. But to continue to do it in the manner in which it's being done, that cannot continue. And so that is where my concern is. Now, if that can happen, I would say that nothing needs to continue unless you're going to make sure that you have within your capacity until then, when it comes back before us. But nothing should be happening beyond capacity, nor should it be expanded beyond the amount of space that is in this lease agreement until it has come back before the board. So if that is going to happen between staff and Mr. Dimitri, that's fine. But at this point, I do not see us continuing to have the complaints that we're receiving until that is worked out. So I don't know if after this conversation was had with Mr. Evans and Code and all of the other departments, whether or not there were some changes, but it just can't continue the way that it's going. And that is exactly why I brought it on the agenda, because it was not stopping. It was continuing, even though the concerns have always been there. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, Mr. Evans is first and then Mr. Lawson.
Madam Chair, we've had the opportunity to have discussions with Dimitri and very productive conversations, especially today with regards to some of the items that were communicated by Commissioner Miller Anderson, and he has agreed to work with us with regards to any activities or things that he has plans for the Tiki. The space in which he is utilizing right now that is adjacent, he had a conversation with myself and with Mr. Evans, and I was in agreement that that space is able to be utilized in a temporary capacity until we were able to get something on the agenda to memorialize the agreement. And so that is slated to come before the board with regards to the expansion of the operations. Also, Dimitri has never had any issues with regards to if we were to look at the lease payments or the cost associated with that. He's never had any issues with regards to that. He did mention that the event is one that is getting a lot of attention from folks all throughout the county, and that it is something that he wants to focus on his business activities, and it has continued to grow, and there is opportunities to better accommodate such a crowd. And he did communicate that the opportunity to expand or looking at utilizing the areas upstairs, etc. But the conversation that we had today was a very productive conversation. He understands very acutely about the concerns related to COVID, and we did share with him some of our concerns. And so we look to bring something back before this board in February that will speak to the lease agreement that will outline the areas that he in fact will be requesting the opportunity to utilize, as well as making sure that everything is in compliance with our building code, etc. And one of the challenges, obviously, that he experiences that since there is no fencing at his particular establishment, in some cases, people congregate outside of his establishment, and then when they're asked to leave, then they meander into the roadway, etc. So we've had a good conversation. I think we're all on the same page, and we know that in the event that these types of activities would occur, then the appropriate permitting would be pulled, etc., to be able to accommodate that.
Thank you. Do you need
Madam Chair.
You're recognized, Commissioner.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner.
Well,
I'm sorry,
Mr.
I'm
Lawson
sorry.
was next,
Mr.
right?
Lawson was next, yes. Mr. Lawson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is one of the things, and colleagues do remember that I want us to not be reactive to a lot of situations. This discussion was brought before the Diaz about 8 or 9 months ago when we requested to have the expansion of Rafiki Tiki, possibly allowing for Dimitri to finish the space, which he had offered at the time to even pay for the finishing of the inside building and the upstairs rooftop. But at that time, we were instructed by staff that we could not expand the Rafiki Tiki because it was included in Phase 2 Marina. Now, because we have an issue and a situation that's come about, we found a solution to allow for us to expand where we could have done this 8 months ago. We could have given the space for these residents to have a nice venue and taken the time while we're waiting on development of phase 2. So again, when we bring things to the table, we want to make sure that we focus on really trying to be proactive with situations that can arise. We had the opportunity to finish that bay, to finish the upstairs rooftop, and that was going to actually be paid by the leasee, the leasee at the property. And now we're going to be moving forward with it and possibly incur the cost from the city. So what I want us to do is really look at the opportunity of giving this current restaurant, even on a month-to-month or a 6-month or short-term basis, the ability to expand that space so that we can actually accommodate our residents in a manner that's safe and conducive to CDC guidelines, still allowing for us to have space in the community. We don't want to get locked into any long-term plans because we want to have the flexibility and the option of doing the things that we've discussed within phase 2 development and expansion, but we also have the ability to finish that space and utilize it because it is there. We have a beautiful view from that rooftop, and our residents have not had the opportunity to ever use it. So let's get it done, and like I said before, if we can just have staff to work on it and bring this to the next meeting. Dimitri has already advised that they will not be continuing the promotion of this event for the next few weeks while this is actually worked out by staff, and we give them opportunity by the next council meeting to bring this to the table and to really vet and discuss this idea and move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Yes, you're recognized.
I'm next, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Commissioner Miller,
So-
you're recognized.
Thank you. Yes, to Mr. Lawson's point about the upstairs portion of it, I do want to remind us that, there were other people that were interested as well, but to, just provide this space and opportunity for him to expand was without allowing others to have the opportunity to have a bite at the apple as well was one of the concerns that I had. And so at that time, I did not feel comfortable in just moving forward and providing the space for him. So that's why I didn't move forward with that. But, unfortunately, Mr. Dimitri did not, his original concept never included, having activities as large as he's been having. Now, I'm sure, the residents are happy about it, people in the county are happy about it, everyone that's participating and benefiting financially from it are happy about it. But, like I said, you have to be able to provide, you got to pay for the space if you want to accommodate that amount of people. And it was put forth to him about expanding before tonight. So, from my understanding, he was not interested in doing so. So if that changed between then and now, then that's great, because that was something that I thought about maybe doing the rooftop part to expand so that you don't have everybody all in one space. And then my question to Mr. Jonathan Evans is that, is the police what is their role in making sure that the crowds do not get out of control? Is it the security? Who was to man that, or so that they're not in the parking lots, drinking in the parking lots? I mean, there's a ton of videos out there. So, people in the parking lot pouring bottles. That I know should not be happening.
As it relates to the roadway, it's the responsibility of law enforcement to ensure that there's safe passage and the roadway remains open. Dimitri has, at the request of the police chief, hired law enforcement to accommodate the detail to address some of the folks that were not, in essence, there to visit his business, but were there. So the monitoring of the parking lot as well as the roadway should fall on the responsibility of law enforcement. Most recently, there was a situation whereby we did not get enough officers that signed up for the detail, and Dimitri did acquire, I think, roughly about 11 to 13 private security regards to be able to assist in accommodating some of the issues that we were experiencing. But I think, to your point, Councilperson, I think if we go through the permitting process and we're able to look at it differently, I think we can make sure that those particular activities, because when you only have 3 or 4 officers, it is hard for them to be able to control or be present in a crowd of over 250 to 350 people. So I think there's a lot of lessons learned and a lot of improvements that could happen as a result of this, if this is something that happens, of course, going through the special event permitting processes, et cetera.
Okay, and so we will not be having any of these until, it's not coming back on the January 20-something meeting. It'll be is it coming back to January 20-something meeting or the February 10th?
The February 10th meeting, and in my conversations with Dimitri, he wanted to solidify any and all issues and contracts before he would consider moving forward with this particular type of activity. And then obviously going through the permitting process to facilitate that if that is something that he wanted to continue.
Okay, so we shouldn't have anything going on between now and the next time we have a meeting. I just want to be clear on that part. And okay, and the other thing about the mask, wearing of the mask, is there any enforcement? Obviously, I know if people are eating, yes, they should have a mask. But to see the photos that were out there with people literally on top of each other, not with any mask on, that just does not look good for the city at all.
With regards to the requirements of the mask, it really is the onus and the responsibility is on the business owner, because in our conversations with law enforcement and other law enforcement professionals, that there is in fact limited to no enforcement mechanisms on a person that chooses not to wear a mask, but it is a situation whereby the business can be fined at fault. But the enforcement has been a challenging issue, to the point where I even think Delray has petitioned the governor to allow for more restrictions and more ability to address some of the folks that are not adhering to the guidance and direction provided by the CDC. So from an enforcement aspect, it is working with the business owner, where the business owner can refuse service if someone chooses not to wear a mask in their particular business. But any enforcement or any situation where folks are in compliance is provided to the business versus the individual persons.
Okay, yeah, and that being that we're in this pandemic and we're worse off now than we were back in March and April, that is something that has to be looked at. We can't put money over people, and that has to be enforced as much as possible. And obviously, you want to make sure the employees and everybody, police, whoever is on staff, is adhering to it as well. So, like I said, I support Mr. Dimitri and Rafiki in terms of, having an outlet for our residents and others to partake in, because I do recall days and being able to go out and have a nice time. I get it, but guess what? It should not be at the expense of someone's life. And right now, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and it just does not look good when you have people all over the county sending you pictures and videos of something that's going on in your city. And we're preaching, stay safe, but yet we're allowing something like this to go on. And so if it can be done and he expands his space and he's able to accommodate and follow all rules, then I support it. But I can't support pictures that I'm seeing like this. I just can't. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. We have public comment. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I apologize.
I like to piggyback off of Commissioner Miller Anderson's statements. I saw the pictures that were sent to me Monday morning. It was appalling. The number of people who was standing out at that bar, it was at least 200 people together. Nobody had a mask on. The police were in the middle of it without their mask on. This is what the CDC terms a super spreader event. We have 93,000 cases of COVID in Palm Beach County. We have 5,000 people who have died in the last 8 months. We have 3,000 who are currently in the hospital as we speak. This is, we're talking about leases and we're talking about expansion. We need to talk about the fact that this is a super spreader event, and to condone it, to expand it in the middle of a pandemic. And I understand that people have to make money. I understand that people need to run their business. I certainly understand that. But tied to the lease of this gentleman should be mandatory masks for all of his patrons. We own the lease to that property, and we have the right to do that. Because those pictures and videos that I seen that came out from that place on Sunday night, it is unbelievable. You would think that this was somewhere in, I don't know where, but not here in Riviera Beach. And when I tell you that I'm not making this up, that the pictures would really just kind of throw you for a loop when you see them. So we have to protect the residents in this city. We cannot approve super spreader events at all. This is serious. So we have to be able to protect our citizens. And if the gentleman wants to keep his business open, I agree. But there has to be some conditions in terms of masks and social distancing in that particular area, because there's no way that we can put our residents at risk. The majority of the people who are at that bar are not from Riviera Beach. And that's fine. We welcome everybody to come to our city. Actually, we want that to happen. But we also want to keep the people in this city safe, and the people who are visiting our city, we want to keep safe. So we have to have some serious, in terms of expansion and in terms of, building, that's fine. But we need to be able to make sure that the people who are visiting this establishment are safe, and that the city and the residents are safe as well. Because this is no joke, and this thing is getting worse. And I know that people say, Shirley, you're always talking about COVID-19, and you always, it's always just, because it is that serious. I've seen people dying. I work in public health every day. It is nothing to play with. People go into the hospital, they do not come out. So I just want to make sure that the residents in this city are safe, and that the people who are coming to visit this fine city and this fine establishment are safe. Thank you.
Any other comments by Mr. McCoy? You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, Mr. Evans, and certainly I appreciate Commissioner Miller Anderson bringing this item forward, but I want to just take a second and bifurcate the issues, because I definitely want to spend my second part of my comments in speaking to the health aspect and the mask mandate. But I want to talk, I guess, in terms of what I'm seeing being proposed in the memorandum that's before us. It appears, and perhaps Mr. Haygood may be able to speak to this, but I'm trying to make sense of, even if we go forward with this item, the common area maintenance of $1,208 per month, I've seen in here that that's based on the indoor, where is it at? Some about the inside conditioned space. Is that correct? Are you familiar with that, Mr. Haygood or Mr. Evans?
There was a proration based upon how much space he had out of the total space that was available in Uplands.
I'm sorry, Based out of what?
There was a computation based upon how much total space that was under the lease versus the total amount of space that was in the uplands.
Okay, my next question is, that square footage is gonna change that CAM amount, correct?
Yes,
All right.
if the lease is amended, that's correct.
If the lease provided it's amended, yes. And, the leasehold improvements, there's a provision that speaks of sharing the cost. Can you provide clarification on what that means? For the awning?
Well, when the lease was originally entered into, there was an agreement made, a negotiation made of the space of those improvements, how much would be paid for by the landlord, how much the tenant would be responsible for.
Okay, but I'm speaking of what's in the actual memo that was provided here, spoke to
I think,
a request to share the cost of the proposed awning.
yeah, I think this is what's being proposed as far as if the lease is amended.
Okay.
Right. And Councilman, to your point, since the awning is a permanent affixed structure that effectively would not leave, that would stay there, that's why the intent to split the cost associated with that was proffered.
Thank you. So what's not in the memo, which I think I kind of caught somewhat of it in the 85-page contract, page 20, and it's entitled, Commissioner Lawson, can I borrow your glasses?
Got my contacts in.
Okay, use of premises, 9.1 speaks to restaurant use, and no need, I'm gonna just really read it really quick. The restaurant shall be used by the tenant solely as a restaurant for the preparation and sale of prepared food and beverages for consumption in the restaurant and on the patio space immediately adjacent thereto in compliance with applicable laws and regulations, so on and so forth. This lease doesn't specifically give me any indication of where the patio begins and ends. It's so, I guess when I'm looking at it back on page 56, I guess it's almost hard to tell where that begins and ends, but the memorandum seems to reference that there'll be an additional 1,500 square feet. Is that about right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is not my realm, and perhaps Commissioner Lawson would know, or even the attorney, but like, does this now change the dynamics of what is now covered under the awning space about what the square foot of rental is? Since that area, I would imagine, is gonna be now more exposed to the elements, does that change the rate of the square footage amount? Or is it gonna be proposed at the February meeting to be calculated at the same rate?
From the research that we've done, as well as conversations that Mr. Scott Evans has had with our independent appraiser, it would be calculated at the same rate.
Okay, so a part of that, being that that's the case, is there any provisions that if that's gonna be a temporary space, temporary, emphasis on temporary, how does one as the tenant begin to be able to secure it for the purposes of, I guess, whatever?
We would come back with a modification that would call that out as the actual space that's contained in the modification or amendment to the lease agreement.
Okay. All right, the next question I have was concerning the patio space. And I'm not sure if this is a question or what fire, if anybody, had any opinions on, but is there a capacity on outside space?
The conversation that we had with the fire chief today said, well, based on the roof, they look at the roof awning and what's covered under roof, and then what the number is, but they said conceivably, since it's outdoor and it's not a fenced in area, that the capacity number is hard to realistically be able to calculate, because persons can be standing, persons can be seated, And so they couldn't really pin down what an actual number is. They can give you a number as it relates to some of the covered area by the bar, but when you look at the restaurants in its entirety, it has so many ingress egress points, and it's not a fenced in area, and plus it's outside, and it's assumed that people can leave and what have you. So there wasn't a definitive number that was provided, but they are going to try to work on a calculation so we can have some type of understanding what a capacity number would be.
Okay. And, you know, as much as I think I was there maybe sometime within the last few days, right? And as much as I want to support the restaurant, I really have to agree with Commissioner Miller Anderson that we can't pull over into the roadway simply because that's the very accessibility to our disabled parking. And obviously, I guess you can come through the other way, but that's ADA. And obviously, we have to have reasonable accommodations for, I mean, irrespective of what event is going on, right? So I certainly want to make sure that that is not impeded upon. But I don't know if it's going to be encompassed in this, because you said there's nothing definitive. And I mean, if it's not definitive, I don't know that it's enforceable.
Right.
Right? So it just makes perfect sense that from the practical standpoint that if Miller Anderson and Commissioner Lanier brought these up, extending the outside patio space, and you know, I don't think that that's going to eliminate COVID, but it does allow the ability to increase social distancing, right? And I would not want to deprive the business owner, right? Because I'm looking at some of these provisions, and you know, I'm not a restaurateur, so I don't know how that works, but over a certain threshold amount, he has to, of his gross receipts, 6% comes back to the CRA, right? And I don't know, I'm not interested in taking that up in the discussion, but the incentive is there to have the sales because it not only promotes the overall CRA, but financially there is a benefit to the city. But I don't want the finances to be something that I'm going to compromise the safety and welfare of our, you know, of our visitors here at the event center. So I certainly want to make sure that we take that into consideration. Now, that is the legal aspect of it. And, you know, whatever the proposal that is worked out between staff, I'm open to see whatever those amendments are to that agreement. However, crowd control, I don't know that that is something that we can put a part of the agreement. Because, like you said, there's many ingress and egress points, I mean, throughout the whole marina. And it's not a, you know, single point of entry. So I don't know how we start that conversation, and I don't want to sit here and bind something, you know, again, this is not what I'm familiar with, but there has to be some sort of regulations, you know. So I don't want us to put in a provision to mandate police. Mr. Evans, I want to believe, and I would hope that this is a decision between yourself and the attorney, that that provision of law enforcement, when there are crowd control issues, is done administratively. Because we would essentially tell a property owner or a tenant, I'm not a property owner, a tenant, that they have to have their own police on this day and that day. But if, here we are again, if the market doesn't support that, if the demand doesn't support that, I mean, we don't want to bind a contract of putting police services or police detail when that's solely dictated by, you know, day-to-day activities. But upon immediate concern or interest of public safety, you know, there has to be some sort of provision that can be immediately implemented to address these needs. And the funny thing is, you know, I came out on Sunday, well, not this past Sunday, to check out the Tiki. And obviously there's people all over. And when you get to Broadway and you see the parking lots filled, you can't tell whether they're at Peanut Island or they're at at the Tiki Market. But when you get to the Tiki Market, clearly it's not a whole crowd of people. But in the same sense, I don't see that we require the Tiki Market or the patrons of the Tiki Market who pay a nominal amount to rent out that space for hours to have police services. I want that to be something that's done administratively and not through a contract. Is that, can that be facilitated in that fashion? Mr. Evans, Mr. Haygood?
Yes, sir, that can be facilitated.
All right, good enough. And certainly the idea of crowd control and mass mandates, I do too would not want to see that be placed in an agreement, because for all intents and purposes, we are outside, right? there has to be some discretion by the property owner to say, hey, we've reached capacity, or enough is enough. Because, I mean, I don't know how we get there if we don't even have a definitive number of what the capacity is. But again, that is something that I would like to see that's facilitated administratively, because if you put something like that in a contract, literally somebody can come in and say, hey, he's in violation of his contract because John Smith that just walked in doesn't have a mask. You know, obviously we've seen just recently how that, you know, made national Washington Post for a particular business in Palm Beach County because it was indoors and the mask mandate wasn't being followed. But I don't know how us putting that in the agreement is going to help the situation or even make it any better. So I would like to see if that is the premise, or that is the consensus of the body, that that's done administratively and not to the contract. And I certainly support the expansion because that does seem to logically promote social distancing. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anything else? Because we do have a public comment card.
Margaret
Madam
Shepherd. You'll pass. There's no more public comment.
Is it the pleasure of this body that Dimitri have an opportunity to speak? It looks like he's raising his hand. You kind of have to put in a public comment card. That's, I think, but okay. All right.
Well, Madam Chair, I think it's probably a good idea because outside of now, the only time he would be able to talk to us as a body is, I mean, this is the only time.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, he was invited to come to the meeting, so it would be appropriate for him to speak.
Okay,
if he
go ahead,
wants.
Dimitri.
I want to say hello to everybody. I think everybody knows me here. And I want to thank Ms. Kashamba for giving me the chance to come and explain myself. I like to tell everybody, you know, I do not want to do anything to break any rules or any codes or to provoke anybody. But what shall I tell you? Everybody loves me in Riviera Beach, and I know how to throw a party. Whenever I started this, I did not know it was going to be this big. And it started to go every week bigger and bigger. But now I feel, you know, there's a problem. We cannot have that many people. We don't want to be different than any other city or anything. In my meeting with Mr. Evans this morning, with the chief of the police and the chief of the fire department, I voluntarily told them that I am not going to do any more events because it's going to create a problem. So it's completely stopped. I'm going to go back to close my restaurant as normal hours between 9 and 10 o'clock. And regarding the issue that Ms. Kashamba said for the money, the space I'm using, you know, Mr. Evans mentioned that I've been trying to pay the money or have a contract, and the money is not an issue. I told him, just give me the contract and I'm ready for it. But because, you know, everything has to go through the CRA, through the commissioners, the approval, so they could not give me a lease. I'm ready whenever they approve a lease for me. I'm ready to pay the money, to make the improvement. I'm not going to complain. You know, the business is good. I'm making money. And regarding the issue with the too many people, you know, a couple of days ago at the restaurant, everybody was outdoor and everybody was drinking. I could not tell everybody because I have a bag Mr. Evans gave me to hand to every person that comes in a mask. So we mentioned that we have almost 14 security and 3 police officers. The officers, they did a great job. They kept everybody, you know, under control. Sometimes they have to move their mask for people to hear them because, you know, with the music. But we try to tell everybody to keep the distance and keep a mask. But, you know, it's a party and everybody drinking and eating. Even they are standing up, they had drinks in their hand. And me as an owner or as a server, I cannot tell every customer, whenever you finish your drink, put your mask back. So, you know, I cannot do it. There was issues like, you know, it's not healthy, it's endangering other people, I agree, but it's not going to happen again now. So we're going to stop it completely. And
thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else? Mr. Evans, do you have everything you need from us?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Discussion by Executive Director?
No comments, Madam Chair.
Discussion by General Counsel.
I have nothing.
Just statements by the commission, starting with Commissioner Miller Anderson. Comments?
Yes, the only thing I wanted to say was, I know we didn't have a chance to say it last week, but I'm happy to hear that the Citizens Leadership Academy is starting back up. It's going to be a virtual academy this year run by the city manager's office. It's a 7-week session that'll be held every Tuesday between February and March from 6 to 8 p.m. It's for Riviera Beach residents and business owners. You can apply online and it's open until January 31st. You can email the city manager's office at citymanagersoffice@rivierabeach.org or call the city manager's office at 561-812-6597. And to register, you just go to the city's website, it's rivierabeach.org/CLA. And this is the 3rd year. However, the first 2 years, as you all know, was something that I started because I thought it was a great opportunity for our residents to learn about our city and then also to develop a pipeline of leaders. You know, people want to run for office. It's a good idea to know something about your city before you try to do that. So for those of you that are wanting to get more involved or want to get on advisory boards, this is a perfect opportunity for you to participate and learn a lot about the city and each department. And so I just wanted to thank, I know this was a part of our discussions that we had during budget, where the Citizen Leadership Academy would be a city function so that it can continue for many years down the line. And I know this was during the last meeting last week, which I wasn't in attendance, but we didn't have it due to the quorum. But I just want to thank Ms. Lanier for trying to support, well, she did support me because I hadn't seen the email to see the agenda item. But I appreciate it being recognized that I won my seat unopposed at the beginning of December. And so I will be sworn in hopefully in March. And those of you who would like to continue to work with me, those of you who have thought about continuing to work with me, hope that we could do that as well. I look forward to serving the CRA for another 3 years. Thank you all so much, and I appreciate you all. And I do miss you all, guys. I am doing well and hope to be back soon. It's not the same being here as it is being in person.
Thank you. Commissioner Lawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to start out by congratulating Miss Ashley Walker. The iconic Dairy Bell will be opening this week, and it's going to be called Smoothie Me Please. We actually launched an incubator program that she won the ability to be the first incubator that we're going to launch there, and her grand opening is going to be this weekend. So I want all the residents that have an opportunity to go out and support her. And it's a little frustrating because it took this long to get it done, but it is satisfying to know that we will have a ribbon cutting for her and then the ability to continue to expand it and then also to possibly expand this program even further. Want to announce that we're going to be doing a job fair with CDC guidelines in place and social distancing, which is going to have limited employers, and we're going to have our residents that are coming for the job fair spread out. It's going to be hosted on January 21st at 10 a.m. It's going to be right here at the marina, and we're going to have about 8 different employers. We're going to have Badcock, the Hilton, of course, the city of Riviera Beach, Manpower, Rapids, Unlimited Car Wash, Exceptional Home Care, and DPS Security. So that's going to be like a mini job fair that we're going to kick the season off with to start off with kind of getting some of our residents gainfully employed. We will require masks, and we're asking everybody to dress to impress. So when you do come, we will have space here so that they can spread out, but we will require that you have a mask on the whole time, and hopefully the setup will allow for us to still have CDC guidelines in place and have social distancing in place. Finally, we want to announce the Juneteenth event. We're putting together a Juneteenth event for this year to be hosted by the city. It's going to be a wonderful event that we're going to try to move forward with acknowledging history of our community, Black history, and it will be right here between the marina and the UPS field. So this Juneteenth event that we're looking to put together is going to be something that can celebrate our community and celebrate the life of our community, the African American community, our Black community, and really exemplify what a lot of our residents are connected to. Last year, we made Juneteenth a national city-supported holiday. So we wanted to make sure that we included into the budget the ability to have this as a celebrated holiday like we do with our other festivals. We're going to focus on making sure it's compliant, CDC guidelines, of course, and we're going to make sure it's a great event. It's comparable to what Councilwoman Lanier brought to the table with Kwanzaa this past weekend, last month, which was phenomenal as well. So thank you so much, residents, and Happy New Year to everyone.
Mr. McCoy.
Thank you. I want to ask Commissioner Lawson a question regarding his announcement. Are you saying is that a city-sponsored event, Juneteenth?
I believe we're putting together a city-sponsored event for Juneteenth. That was announced, I would say, when we first passed the resolution to make it a city holiday, that we were going to discuss putting into the budget a Juneteenth event. And that was requested last year within the budget. So I believe this is going to be a city-sponsored event.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lawson. Specifically, I had someone to ask me if the city would be interested in participating in a co-sponsorship for Juneteenth, and with that in mind, I said, well, particularly, I think, we set aside already to do something, and, I don't want to interfere, but I'm glad you brought it up, because it's my understanding that same weekend, there's some sort of room that's been reserved here for this organization to do some sort of Juneteenth festivities. And I initially said, I think you may want to make sure, because that seems that's going to conflict with what we've already set aside last year. And, my hesitation about Juneteenth wasn't that I didn't support it, I do. I just hated the fact that you brought up this idea, and I had my meeting scheduled for that Friday, and the one day I did take off, now the whole city hall is shut down. So I'm very much looking forward to the Juneteenth event, and I just would hope that, I guess at the CRA level, whoever that is that reserved the room, that it doesn't present a conflict with what the city and the CRA is doing.
No, it's not a conflict, Mr. McCoy. They did it on a separate day.
Well, Mr. Lawson
It's not
didn't
on
even
the actual
actually.
day.
So, and that's what I guess that's what I was trying to find out, because Commissioner Lawson said the weekend. I didn't hear a specific day from you, Commissioner.
Yeah, there was no specific day announced as of yet. Staff is going to be working on the details with the operations for Juneteenth.
Okay, so I guess.
Well, I thought when we discussed it some months back, I thought it was going to be on the actual Juneteenth day. And the person who wanted to do an event, they were told that it would not be able to take place on that day because the city was doing something. So they selected a different day.
If I can add something to that conversation, we received a request for support for the Juneteenth of Palm Beach County, and they're saying we are excited to announce our first annual Juneteenth festival taking place on June 20th, 2021. So,
exactly, yeah. They're doing it they're not doing it on Juneteenth. I understood the city would be doing theirs on Juneteenth.
Okay.
So that shouldn't conflict.
Okay. All right. I have nothing else, Madam Chair, but I want to take the opportunity to specifically speak to last week, Wednesday's meeting. There seems to be this idea that for some reason my absence was associated with not hearing the senior citizens. I don't know. I don't even know what was suggested, but I just think it's disingenuous and outright incorrect to even suggest that. And I think I shared with Mr. Evans, which I found to be very much factual and true, that Chapter 286 of the Florida statutes requires, and I even hate to put it in this context, but there are criminal offenses for members of the body to conduct a meeting without proper notice. And that is one of the main reasons why I did not show up at the meeting. And if we go and participate in a meeting where we don't provide proper notice by advertising it and posting it at our principal place, which I think our headquartered location would be 600 West Blue Heron, for all intents and purposes, you don't provide sufficient and reasonable notice. And that is a criminal offense. And the very nature of this whole idea that for some reason you just don't show up because we don't want to face it. No, I told Mr. Evans exactly why I didn't think that that was done proper. And, you know, we go back to the whole concept of the utility special district meeting. And I know, I guess at some point on the city side, we'll have a discussion about the utility bills and the notice that was, I guess the notice requirements that need to be done in order to have our meetings, that we understand that we just can't decide to start a meeting without first making sure that it's accessible to everyone, and that's through giving notice. And that's why I didn't come to the meeting last week, and it would have been inappropriate to show up and make any decisions because 286 specifically provide for penalties, and any action that's taken in contradiction of notice can be invalidated. So that's the reason I didn't show up. And I, you know, if you don't like it, that's fine. But don't sit here and portray something that's not true. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Lanier.
Yes, on Monday, December 18th, which is Martin Luther King birthday, the Federal Garden neighborhood, in conjunction with the city of West Palm Beach, good Lord, it's time to go home. City of Riviera Beach, City Administration, Public Works, we're doing a day of cleanup. Last month, it was done in...
Commissioner Lanier, you said December, and I know you meant January, just to be clear.
I'm
tired.
right. I'm so tired. January the 18th, Martin Luther King birthday, that Monday, we're doing a cleanup in the Federal Garden neighborhood. Last month it was done in Daytona Park, which is Commissioner Miller Anderson's district. So we're going to do it this month in District 3 in the Federal Gardens neighborhood. If anyone wants to volunteer, they can call my office or city administration to help us to clean up our neighborhood. Second of all, at the last meeting that Mr. McCoy spoke of, there was a agenda item that was listed for the Southside Coalition and Concerned Mothers. That group has been in the Riviera Beach neighborhood in that Sadie Park, the Sadie McCray Park area for the last 20 to 30 years, providing food assistance, support, anything that you can name for those children in that neighborhood. And I wanted to recognize them that night for their work. And I want them to come back to the council to be recognized. I want them to understand that the city appreciates their work. Most of these elderly women have been around the city, for the last 60, 70 years. And they have been working in that neighborhood diligently. When they have not been recognized, they don't get any city money, any federal funding. They pull money out of their pocket to help these children in that neighborhood. So I wanted to recognize them in terms of the Annie Brooks Center as well, but I want them to come back to the meeting, our next council meeting, to be recognized for their efforts, because they were first and foremost instrumental in getting the Brooks Center built. So I wanted to make sure that those ladies and gentlemen were recognized for their efforts. Also, I wanted to thank Mr. Lawson for bringing the Juneteenth. When I first came to the city of Riviera Beach, as an elected official, I told Mr. Evans that I wanted two things to happen in the city for the residents to be exposed to. That was Kwanzaa and Juneteenth. And I'm happy that we're moving forward. We had a very phenomenal Kwanzaa celebration here in the city. And we're looking forward to the Juneteenth celebration as well. And thank you.
Thank you. I just have one or two things. We'll be having a beach access path meeting with Mr. Blankenship. For those people who live anywhere in the city, actually, are welcome to come or to attend. It'll be virtual because there's some concern about the condition of the beach access paths, and we want to hear from Mr. Blankenship about the plans that they have to improve those. We'll also be having two more meetings on the managed mooring fields with waterfront residents and residents from Sugar Sands. So that will be, the January 25th is the beach access path, and I don't have the dates right in front of me on the managed mooring fields ones. I'm happy to learn that, shouldn't say I'm happy. I didn't realize that we didn't properly notice that meeting. Mr. McCoy, thank you for bringing it to our attention. But I'm happy to know that you didn't abstain from coming because Mr. Lozman thinks that it was because of something I said. So thank you for clarifying that. If there's no other comments or questions, this meeting is adjourned.